Good day and good evening, and welcome to Walk and Talk on Materia with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. The game plan this time is like last tea time, that I have a plan of where we're going, I have a plan of where we're starting and where we're ending, and you can actually track somewhat where we will be or where we have been in the very fitting live split speedrun timer up there that we're going to use for this slow walk. And once we've reached our destination, then we will look at some clips that, well, you all have posted on the community Discord server. And I know a particular one, and I think a lot of us are somewhat looking forward to, unless everyone watched it in their own time, of course, where I know that Cat Damon has been working really hard to see if it is actually possible to beat Cagnazzo in Lapis Manalis solo. And I believe they're still working at it, actually. The story there being that last week, on the solo challenge stream, I couldn't do it. There was no way I was going to do it. And I'm pretty sure that Cat Damon has actually pushed much, pretty significantly beyond what I could make happen. So that, I'm looking forward to see what it'll be. With that said, hey Vince, hey Chef, hey Gazel, hey Velas, hey Ymir, hey Chester, hey Kaze, hey Matthew, Mato, Saf, Bob, and Giraheen. Hope you're all doing very well. On Casted and Fila. And we are, of course, on Ravana Materia, so all you have to do is do a little data center travel all on over here, and then you can find us as we do this walk. When are we getting a version of this with a Materia crystal? That could be pretty funny. Hey Warcraft Traveler, hope you're doing well. We have a lot of people coming here. Right, so the way that I've done this so that we can have one big group is I'll do this, and this, and this. There we go. So you can join a group with me by just going here. The password is 3939. And yeah, then we can be in one big party. Chef says you can data center travel across regions. Right now, it is in a testing phase, and you can travel to Materia, but only Materia, which means JP region, EU region, and NA region can visit the OCE region. There's no other options. You can, if you're EU, you can only go to EU and OCE. If you're NA, you can go to NA and OCE. If you're JP, you can go from JP to OCE and back. On OCE, you can't actually visit. So, Fila here, who is actually a home resident of Ravana, I believe, is just a captive audience to get drowned in people. Thank you so much, Chester, and I hope your IRL life doesn't get too much in the way looking forward. And also, hey Chandler, and Absurd, and Philippe, hope you're doing well. And Licky is here. Right, well, we have a long trek ahead of us, so we might as well start walking. Let me just unfix the camera here, I suppose, would be the best way to put it. Never. But yeah, indeed, they're testing the waters on data center travel. which is I just want to remind you, because we have like almost like a running joke on this channel, that every time I make a video on something, there's a very high chance that some changes come to it. This includes, I make a guide on samurai, they remove kaiten. I make I finish all of my job guides and then make new guides later. I make a warrior guide, they buff shake it off, making my guide inaccurate. And I make a video about the problem with the alliance raid roulette. They change it. Not like it hasn't been fixed yet. They did make some changes to it. Then I make a video about the prospects of worldwide data center travel. Bam! There it is. So I'm just saying. I'm not saying that there's actually a connection there. I'm saying that it's a weird coincidence and it's quite funny. See, Caston says, I finally broke my dungeon streak in mental roulette. Bad part is that Rathalos extreme 3 times in a row. Ooh. I've seen, every time I've gotten Rathalos Extreme, it hasn't been like a major issue. For some reason, it's weirdly an easier one. I don't know why. And thank you, Chester. I can say that that actually liking things like streams and videos does tell the algorithm that, oh, this is good content, I should share it with more people. So it does actually help me. You know, blah blah algorithm interaction and all that. So I do appreciate it very much. Thank you. Now make a video on healers need more dots and Dawn Trail. Changes I would like to have in Dawn Trail. Yeah, exactly, Yurihin. Coincidence? I think so, yes. Probably. Almost certainly. And there's like multiple facets to this. Is that the Kaiten thing with Samurai was accompanied with certain other changes. Like, Ninja got some changes in that same patch, and like, I didn't make a Ninja guide at that exact moment, right? So it's very easy to find a correlation if you focus on only the things that match your claim, right? So absolutely, it is mostly just a joke, but it is an interesting coincidence. Also, thank you for celebrating 6 months of membership of the Cult of the Pink, Tristan. Thanks so much. Had some media tour. If only. If only. It's also the same thing with the Alliance Raid Roulette thing, is that obviously part of the reason why I made a video on it was because, like, it had been a problem for ages already. Oh! Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, Emir. That's incredible. Thank you so much. That is wild. Thank you. And I hope everyone enjoys the emote access. And everything else. Sniped Angel. It really helps a lot in here, so thank you. Yeah, the Alliance Raid Roulette thing is that it has been a problem for an extremely long time. And I started thinking about making a video like that. And, like, I was probably not the only person doing that. And, like, having that idea of talking about it. And, of course, there's more talk about it. That's how we get on these things. So, presumably... Oh, yeah, I forgot my bag. Or my my backpack, a knapsack. So, like, again, it makes sense that they made some changes to it to intercept this problem. And it just happened to coincide with me making a video, right? And it's the same thing with the worldwide data center travel thing. I might have just made my video extremely conveniently timed, because if they were going to test this, like if they were going to hypothetically test this for like having it ready for Dawn Trail, then they have to make sure that they know that it works before Dawn Trail, and when I made my video it was starting to get a little close if they wanted to actually test it, right? But the solution of them using OCE as the test bed, you could say, that was absolutely not in my cards. Like, that was not one that I was expecting to see. But it is a pretty good solution, because OCE could, at times, use more people. Like, as far as I understand, there are times where it could be nice if there were just more people. It isn't always that you'd want just anyone. There can be some culture clashes, of course. But I mean, it's better than nothing. Punk Fiddler says maybe you should try making a video about how interesting Summoner and Scholar should. How interesting Summoner and Scholar should they bring back pet management, and maybe they'll add it back. I mean, I have talked many times about the problems of Summoner's pet management. Actually, like I have like I was a Summoner main, right, before Endwalker, and I also started as a Summoner main. And despite that, and that is a really important thing to consider here, despite me being a Summoner main, I had the opinion that Summoner was terribly designed, like extremely badly designed, because it had no focus. And when they reworked Summoner, it has a focus now. Right? It actually has a focus. I mean, that's not exactly optimal, right? They could have done better than remove all of the complexity. They could have made it like this without making it so trivial. But not all jobs have to be super complicated. On the other hand, there's no reason for them to rip up a really complicated job and replace it with a really simple one. It is a hard conversation. And also, Ymir, we can still thank you. Also, Chester, I hope you enjoy your day. Like, says, how many % of melee and caster mains will go directly to new jobs instead of leveling their mains first in Dawn Trail, do you think? I don't know. I am confident there's a significantly high probability that that there will be more people that will stay with their main, at least for the MSQ. But there's also a significant amount of players that specifically change jobs. I don't know how big the percentage is on any of these things, but there's a significant percentage of players that specifically change their main to whatever the feature job is of the expansion. Which means, for example, that these players, when they went through A Realm Reborn, they might have played whatever class they started with. There's also a chance they went Warrior. Then they get to Heavensward, and they probably considered Dragoon. Then they go to Stormblood, and suddenly they're like very interested in playing Samurai. And then they get to Shadowbringers, and now they're playing Dark Knight. They get to Endwalker, now they're playing Paladin. Dawn Trail, they would probably play Viper. Like, they'd have to level up Viper then and there, and then play it. So those are also a portion of the player base. Personally, I'm going to be doing, like, I'll be leveling my main, whatever that'll be. Like, I'll level a job first. And then I will, like, I'll do the MSQ with that. And on the side, I'll be leveling probably Viper more than Pictomancer. Not that there's anything bad with Pictomancer, it's just that I have, like, if Pictomancer kinda sucks for me, that I don't like it, I'll just play Summoner or Black Mage. And that's no big deal. I have mages that I like. Sure, if I don't like Viper, I'll probably just play Reaper or Samurai for my melee, but the thing is that both Summoner and Black Mage I'm kinda sold on. But for melee DPS, I mean, I haven't really chosen one where I'm like, yes, this is the one for me forever. So there's a spot there that Viper might be able to take. Like, and that doesn't mean that Pictomancer's just no chance, but it is the one that I think that I would be less interested in. Where's the path forward here? Does anyone know? I see a path over there. Switching from warrior right before they get fell cleaves? I know, right? Is it this way? It's a little hard to see. Also, hey, Oscar and Tageras. Hope you're doing well. It looks like we can just go through. Are you all fine? Tristan, it's funny how feature jobs have been 3 tanks and 2 melees. Why no ranged or healer? In 1.0, the feature was Archer. The player character stand-in was an Archer, I believe. And if I remember correctly, he then switched to Warrior, or well, Marauder throughout. If I recall correctly, in 1.0 there was no such thing as jobs, just classes. I'm guessing that the reason why there's no, like, ranged jobs that I think it's harder to make, like, flashy, cool looking, like, heroic cuts, like, trailers with a mage or a healer. Like, for some reason, they're a lot more, like, they're amazingly good in the background. Like, the hero can be a paladin or a warrior or whatever, and then there's this extremely awesome black mage in the background casting flare, and they can make that awesome. But if the entire trailer is a black mage casting flare, that's not that awesome. But they, like, black mage can look amazing for a shot, and a healer can look amazing for a shot. Like, if any of you have seen, like, I know this is a big, like, random side quest suddenly, but if any of you have seen the, I believe it's the Battle for Azeroth trailer for World of Warcraft, where they have the fight with Anduin Rin, the king of Stormwind and the Alliance, on one side, and we have Sylvanas, Windrunner, the Banshee Queen, and War Chief of the Horde. And Anduin, like, people meme on it a lot, that he has his baby face scene where he, like, reaches up into the sky and calls down the light of the heavens and just raises, like, half an army or something. That is a healer being awesome, right? You just basically do healer LB. Bam! But again, that has the prerequisite that you need to have all those people fall and then just be there to be a hero and save the day. And you do that, and now you're just spamming doses again, right? Also, hey Marche, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your dinner. Hey, Brian MC, hope you're doing well. So I'm not saying that you can't have a healer or a caster as like the front face. It's just that it's a lot easier to make the hero the front cool character saving the day as someone that is like a close combatant. I will actually say that of what I've seen so far, I almost feel like Endwalker, where the hero is a paladin, had better scenes than Viper in Dawntrail. By which I mean, because the hero is a paladin, they can both make situations where the paladin is really awesome fighting alone, but they can also have scenes where the paladin is really awesome protecting their friends. You could also do that with Viper, but for the most part, what Viper would do is it can have really cool scenes fighting someone one-on-one, and it could also have really good like really cool scenes of Viper coming in to like help someone, like help that paladin fight something. But Viper's not a tank, so it would be weird if Viper went in to block an attack. In fact, in the benchmark video that I'm sure a lot of you have seen, we have a moment where the Viper casts Limit Break, I believe, and a warrior comes in to block an attack for the Viper to then get the time to do the Limit Break. That is the Black Mage moment. Like, what I mean by, if the hero had been a Black Mage, that's when the Viper would have been replaced with a Black Mage and would have been casting, like, Meteor, right? Because that, like, the cast time is still enormously long, so, like, that would work. Is that the way? Is that a way forward, or do we have, like, I'm pretty sure that is also a way forward. Stolen Black Mage Valor. Also, hey, Cyanide. You're doing well. When are we getting returned to physical range feature job? Excellent question. Very good question. And as I think if you go far enough back, like it'll be hidden away in some random PvP stream, if I remember correctly, back when I was doing like Frontline I think. Yeah, one of the Frontline spam streams back when we actually had Borderland Ruins as a mode. I was asked what I thought the new jobs were going to be, and I said it's going to be a mage and probably a ranged physical job, and it might share gear with ninja because that would solve that problem. And it can be ranged physical and also share gear with ninja. That is like, that would be new, but it would be possible. It could work. That was what I said, and I even suggested I would have hoped it was green mage because I was hoping for a dot job, but I also accepted that it probably wasn't going to happen. That was what I said all the way from the start when we started talking about jobs after Endwalker was, I hope we get a job with dots. And, well, we still don't know yet. Who knows? Maybe Pictomans as a dot job. They just slather the enemy in paint and that hurts them. Tagera says, what is a green mage? So, green mage is a rather rare job. Because it doesn't exist in very many Final Fantasy games, but it is supposed to be a buff-debuff centric job, meaning that so normally you have white mages, they can cast heals and protect and shell, defensive buffs. Black mage can cast sleep and poison, and they can also cast flare, and red mage sometimes can tap into a mix of those things. Green mage, when green mage is in a game, then most of those like buffs and debuffs are then instead labeled as green magic. Which means that green mage would be the one casting protect. Green mage would be the one casting poison. Thank you, Zdola. I hope you have a good day. But yeah, exactly. Green mage is like the buff debuff guy. So if you were to add a mage and you're just going to be like, it's going to be the dot mage. Thank you, Stola. I really appreciate that. If you add a new job and say it's going to be a green mage, then it's basically like a gigantic flag saying it's going to be probably buff debuff centric. Yeah, actually a little bit like a Mesmer. A little bit like a Mesmer. I'm thinking, like, when I think Mesmer in that regard, I think more like Guild Wars 1 Mesmer. Like, I'm thinking, like, if any of you have played Guild Wars 1, you may remember Conjure Phantasm. You just put, like, negative region notches on your opponent, and then their HP just goes noom. How would you think implementing Green Mage would go if they do? I think the close, like, something that I had imagined, and see, this is the reason why I said, even if, and I've talked about this before, even if it had been Green Mage and not Pictomancer, that wouldn't have meant it was going to be a dot job. It could absolutely be a buff debuff centric job and not have a single buff. How? Well, you may recognize that Blue Mage can cast things like Whistle on themselves to empower their next attack. You could have a Green Mage that applies a buff to themselves that increases their damage done, and a debuff to the enemy that increases their damage taken, maybe several of them. Specifically damage from the Green Mage, so that it doesn't just become like a raid buff nightmare. And once the Green Mage has then set up, like, I don't know, 6 spells that, like, make the damage immense, they cast, like, 1 laser beam of destruction, just, and then they start over again. Like, that is a possibility. If it was a dot-centric job, then, well, there was a time when Summoner was actually a dot-centric job. Back in the day, and back in the day is a really long time ago, Summoner had Ruin as a filler attack. No. Shadowbringer Summoner wasn't a dot-centric job. It was just something that existed. Just in case we don't have a misunderstanding there. Summoner was like... It's been a long time since they were dot-centric. But yeah, back in the day, like we're talking A Realm Reborn days, Ruin was like an 80 potency attack. It was mega bad. But it was your filler attack. You had Bio 2, and Miasma, and you could also put down Shadow Flare. You may have seen if you've done Squadron missions. That Arcanists put down this like bluish dark colored circle. And like every time you move the mobs, they just place it again. In A Realm Reborn, that was a spell that both Scholars and Summoners had access to, that had like a 3-second cast time and caused a ridiculous amount of MP, but it did damage over time. It also had like a heavy debuff. I don't know if it was Heavensward or Stormblood, but eventually they changed it to just be an ability. Like you just once every so often. An interesting aspect to that is that back then, you could not have both Sacred Soil and Shadow Flare at the same time. You had to choose if you were a Scholar. And it specifically stated so in the tooltip. Some other aspects that I discovered looking back into the history books is that Miasma used to apply I believe it used to apply a heavy debuff, and heavy being the movement speed slow, where slow is the attack speed slow. And I believe it also reduced healing received for the target. Not particularly significant under most circumstances, but hey, if you were in PvP, because back then you didn't just get a full hotbar of new stuff in PvP. But because of cross-class systems, there was also a possibility that you could steal Thunder 1 from Black Mage to just have one more dot to manage. And that meant that Summoner, like, yes, you had your pet to manage, which you did, which was like a living dot, you could say. And then you had all of your damage over time effects to manage, and then you had your MP to manage, because some of your spells, Shadow Flare notably, caused a ridiculous amount of MP. You had to decide, do I actually have the MP to maintain Shadow Flare, or will I run out if I do? Because spamming Ruin was still better than nothing. Oh yeah, and Ruin 2 used to cause blind. Veggie says also Miasma 2. I don't know if Miasma 2 was a Realm Reborn or Heavensward or even Stormblood, but I do know that it was exclusive to Scholar, and it was an AoE attack. Like, basically, Miasma 2 was old school Art of War. Fala says, why do we have the XP gauge on in your HUD when you're already maxed out on most likely everything? Is there something past AR Heavensward that makes it worth keeping? Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High, Eureka Authors, you get reset to a certain level and have to level up again there. In actual Eureka, you use your XP bar for leveling up there, and I'm not max level there. And if you die, you lose XP, which means you could level up again. But it's also just the fact that if I changed my UI to not account for space for an XP bar, then when the next expansion rolls around and I now need it, then I don't have space for it. So I just always have it there. It's also extremely convenient for teaching sometimes, because sometimes I need information on it. Apparently my overlay crashed. Tagira says, is there a reason that dots seem to be very limited in this game? I think the main reason is that the developers have noticed that it is really hard to make dots good without causing significant potential balance issues. That might sound really, really strange. But so, to give an example, at the start of Endwalker, it was a problem, not a gigantic problem. It became a bigger problem due to community perception. We've talked about this before, that what really matters is what the community believes is true. That Paladin was weaker than the other three tanks in terms of damage output, which was true. It was true that Paladin was like a significant step behind the other tanks. Before Paladin's rework, Paladin was a pseudo-dot-centric job because a part of its rotation was maintaining the debuff known as Goring Blade. And that was something you had to maintain every second of every fight. Which is a problem if the mob just leaves, right? And this, of course, also didn't help when we considered that in Endwalker, a lot of bosses, like savage bosses where it really matters, they become outright invulnerable when they stop being targetable, to make sure that you can't like do some sort of weird cheese to skip a mechanic. It makes sense, but it also means that dots lose a lot of their value, because one of the things that can add value to dots is that they can keep ticking while everyone else can't do anything. And a key here is that dots usually do way more damage per use to pay for the fact that you don't get it all at once. So, like, if you have a dot-centric attack, then it has to do more damage than a pure physical attack or pure magical attack that just does the full damage up front. I'm sure that makes sense. But the problems with that is that either it means that if you can maintain your dot all the time, it has to be better than, you know, full pure burst damage. And If you can't maintain your dot, you have to be weaker. A core thing that usually happens with dot-centric jobs as well is that they have ramping damage, if that makes sense. As in, the longer you can maintain your burst or maintain your attack on an enemy, the more damage you do. So if a fight lets you just keep up the pressure for 1 minute, you'll do some damage. If you can keep it for 2 minutes, you'll do way more damage than a not dot-centric job would be able to do. And the reason why this becomes a balancing nightmare is because if the developers want all the jobs to be about equally viable for all content, then it cannot be the case that there's this particular boss where dot jobs are really good and there's this other boss where they're really bad, because these kinds of unique advantages come with inherent disadvantages. If you're the strongest DPS in the game, if you can keep up the pressure for 3 minutes at once, then you're obviously not the strongest if you can't do that. And Angel, Emir gifted you a membership. And that is part of the reason why dots have a hard time existing, because they usually come with some sort of disadvantage. And hey Cat Damon, hope you're doing well. But it's a difficult conversation, because dots are really interesting when done right. But they also really suck when they're done wrong, and they can be a balancing nightmare. The thing is, the way I've envisioned it is, if any job, either one we already have or one of the new ones, were to become dot jobs, because of the current meta we have, known as the 2-minute burst window, any job in the game to be reasonably viable either needs to do so much sustained damage that it doesn't matter that its burst sucks, which can be hard to balance. That was Paladin's problem. Paladin was not like a dot-centric tank. It was more that, compared to the other tanks, Paladin was more focused on high sustained DPS, where the other tanks had like moved over to a high burst DPS. And that means that a dot-centric job would kind of be that, you know, high sustained DPS. To make that work with the burst meta we have, either the sustained DPS has to be great enough that it doesn't matter that it doesn't have a good burst, or it has to have both, meaning it has to be like a more involved sustained DPS rotation, which is good, and then it has like just a button, like just a button you click, and now you do crazy damage for 20 seconds. Like, they could, like, what I'm getting at is they could easily band-aid fix making like a dot-centric job if they wanted to, and just give it the burst button. Like 100 seconds they just do interesting sustained DPS, and then for 20 seconds they just click the destruction button, and now they're like a regular burst DPS, exactly so that it works in the meta. They could do that. Hey JB Comfy, hope you're doing well. And I do agree with that, Comfy. My perspective on that is that one of the reasons why we have the current problem that we have is that to make all jobs equally viable for every fight. Well, I actually have a video where I basically take the extreme of this approach. For all jobs to be exactly equally viable, all jobs have to be exactly the same. For all jobs to be mostly like equally viable, all jobs have to play mostly the same. Which means if you had a job that did exceptionally good sustained DPS, then a fight that does not give you very much time to attack would automatically be way worse than the jobs that just do bigger bursts. So because we want this very tight balance so that all jobs are viable, we also potentially lose some of the creative freedom in the jobs. What I'm getting at is I would also prefer more job diversity, but let me put it like this. In World of Warcraft, there are so-called meme specializations, as in specializations that are objectively bad. And because classes can be have multiple specializations, as long as a class has at least one specialization that is good, then you're the troll for choosing the bad one, even though it's the fun one for you. Which is to say that if we trade the tight-knit balance we have right now, where all jobs are viable, for more job diversity, there's not necessarily a direct one-to-one trade, but there is the possibility, I'm not saying a guarantee, but there's the possibility that this greater job diversity could lead to certain jobs flat out not being viable. As in, right now, we're in a position where, for example, Summoner and Red Mage, while they do significantly less DPS than a Black Mage, when we're really looking at, like, maximum potential damage, all three are great in, like, basically all situations, but Black Mage can rise slightly higher on the maximum damage potential and stuff like that. If we had Red Mage and Summoner become a lot more different and, like, break from the mold, and it happened to cause them to be, like, really interesting and unique compared to the rest of the jobs, but now they suck, then it doesn't matter that they're new and interesting, because you would be told that, well, if you're a caster in our group, you're playing Pictomancer or Black Mage. We don't, like, it's too big of a loss if you're a Summoner or a Red Mage. We can't have that. Exactly, Licky, I'd rather have a good Summoner than a bad Black Mage. And it's also, I would say, probably a lot easier to be a good Summoner than a good Black Mage. But the point is that I'm trying to make is that it would be amazingly good if we could get, like, more job diversity. But the reason why all jobs are viable right now is partly because they're all very similar. But I can also see the argument there that does it actually matter that that all jobs are viable if all of the jobs are nearly the same, right? Like, I can see that logic as well. So what if we can play all, like, if all jobs are viable, if they're all, like, so what that I can play any tank that I want when I have Warrior and Dark Warrior and Gunbreaker and Holy Gunbreaker, right? And yes, that is an exaggeration, but, like, I can see that perspective as well, that so what if all jobs are viable, if most of when many of these jobs that are viable are just the same job 5 times. Like, I can see that. It is just a case of, like, I think what we have now is good enough. It would have been amazing if we could have something better than that. Castan says, I've heard that the WoW devs specifically don't want to buff certain classes if they think that it's okay for that class to be bad in that period of time. That is really strange. That is really strange, but I have heard that a general consensus there is that often, I believe the WoW dev team are satisfied with a class having bad specializations if they have a good specialization. That doesn't sound too bad, right? Like, okay, Mage is in a good spot. Why? Arcane and, hypothetically, right? Arcane and Frost sucks. That's fine. You can play Fire Mage. But I don't like Fire Mage. Well, then, sucks to be you, I guess. Good luck next year. That's with a class that only has one role to fill. Now imagine if you were, like, a paladin They can be healers, tanks, and DPS depending on what specialization they're playing. Oh, well, Retribution sucks this patch, Holy's kind of bad this patch. Oh, that's fine, because Protection is really carrying, and you're like, but I don't like tanking. And then it doesn't matter that one of them works, right? And indeed, Comfy, that is actually where I usually take the conversation in this kind of a subject, is that part of the reason why all of the jobs might feel so similar is because they all need to have the 2-minute burst. That is also why one of the suggestions I have given in one of my videos has been, what if, hypothetically, we got rid of all raid buffs? No more battle voice, no more technical finish, no more chain stratagem, no divination, no cards. All of it gone. You're doing the damage you can do. That's it. If you're bad at doing damage, then you're not doing very much damage. Not like raid buffs made much of a big difference there anyway, right? Like if you're bad at doing damage, a massive amount of raid buffs is only going to make that slightly less bad. But you get what I'm saying. If there's no raid buffs, then you have no need. Party Finder went down? It's still here. The password is 3939, by the way. I should probably say that. But if you had no 2-minute buffs, then there would be no need for Dark Knight to stockpile MP and Blood Gauge to go blah, 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 every 2 minutes. There would be no need for Reaper to do double enshrouds, because like they don't have Arcane Circle anyway, so they don't even have their own temporary damage buff because it's gone. So on and so forth. If there was no burst window, then like the only burst window you could feasibly have is, for example, if like Paladin would still have Fight or Flight, but that's not a raid buff. So on and so forth. So that would mean that jobs could be a lot more unique. They could be a lot more diverse. The reason why I didn't start with that is because the moment we then move the camera over and look at like a savage boss fight, let's say that you have Paladin that bursts every 60 seconds because of Fight or Flight. Because of the removal of raid buffs, they make Monk go back to bursting every 90 seconds. Yes, they used to burst every 90 seconds. And Red Mage bursts every 2 minutes. Manification gets a massive buff or something. But this particular boss becomes untargetable at 105 seconds and doesn't come back until 130 seconds. This means that Paladin might have a problem because of when Fight or Flight becomes available. Monk can do its burst mostly fine because it's at 90 seconds, and the Red Mage is just out of luck. They'll get delayed. Which means that Red Mage, and potentially Paladin in this hypothetical scenario, would be at a disadvantage to this boss, which would mean that it would be not just, slightly less good, but significantly bad compared to maybe the other tanks or the other mages. And because we have this, the thing is, because of what we have right now, where everyone's bursting at the 2-minute mark, which is very, very symmetrical and kind of boring in a way. That also means that developers can just go, well, I'm going to put the boss mechanic in the burst window. or not put it in the burst window. Like, they can just choose to not do it or do it, right? Like, they can focus on that, whereas if everyone's bursting at random times optimally, then we don't know for sure if we're stepping on someone specific's toes. Gazel says, but that means Dark Knight would be... I use H every 3000 MP, isn't that boring? I suppose so. Back in the day, before they reworked Dark Knight with Shadowbringers, you had Dark Arts, which you could use on defensive abilities as well, which means that sometimes you went, well, I'm going to use Dark Arts to improve my Dark Mind, so I reduce the magic damage by more. Or I'm going to use Dark Arts on, I believe it's called Dark Dance, to give me dodge chance and parry or something like that. So that can be, you know, so you had defensive options. The reason why they removed that was because people just chose, like, optimally, they'd either just choose the damage option every time, and if they had to choose the defensive option, it usually meant there was a different option, which was sometimes healer adjust, right? So, like, that's kind of the problem. That's also why I've talked about energy drain a lot, is because if you have the choice between defense and offense, then offense is the default, and you'll find a way to recoup that cost at a different point if you can. Anime Freak says, but the separation between pure and shield is good. Why can't we have that with tanks? Well, I mean, we don't not have it. Paladin and Gunbreaker don't actually have barriers on their short cooldown. But Warrior and Dark Knight do. So technically, Warrior and Dark Knight are barrier tanks. And Paladin and Gunbreaker are not. Part of the problem there is also that while we have this distinction between pure and barrier healer, the lines get blurred very, very quickly. Because it's like, and this is actually a conversation that I had with some people when I made my video of healers from a tank's perspective, where someone was like, hey, wait a minute, Scholar and Sage are barrier healers. Why is it you're saying that one of their key features is their healing over time? Isn't that a pure healer thing? Not as far as I know. Last I checked, pure healers are the ones that are having trouble applying regular heal over time effects with GZD without using the GZD, right? Whereas both barrier healers just have a constant passive heal somewhere. I get that, Anime Freaks. I was kind of intentionally messing with the specific example you gave just because it was a little funny. Ghost Review says, I migrated to Final Fantasy from WoW 2 months ago, and your detailed job guides have been great for helping me learn. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much. I keep being slow on the splits. But I do agree, Anime Freaks. If we check active mitigation in World of Warcraft, actually. Now, just going to preface this, I'm a bit dated on World of Warcraft because I haven't, you know, seriously played World of Warcraft for years at this point. Like, I played Battle for Azeroth, but I really played Legion, right? We have Warrior who can block all attacks for a bit as, like, damage reduction. And they have an ability that gives them a barrier that just basically reduces damage taken. Like, I believe it was like that they generate a barrier that blocks like 90% of the damage they take with the barrier. So, like, you still take 10% of the damage, but as long as the barrier holds, you're technically only taking 10% damage. So, if you take 10,000 damage, but you have 10,000 barrier, from this, you take 1,000 damage and you have 1,000 barrier left because it only blocks 90% of the damage. Paladin basically just has charges on something they can use to just get a massive damage reduction effect, Shield of the Righteous. But because the damage reduction is so immense, there is a built-in intentional gap So like at some point you'll run out. So Warrior has like somewhat reliable options that they generate as they fight. Paladin has like mega cooldowns, but there is like holes in the defense. We go on. Death Knight generates stacks of a shield that just reduces damage taken like a percentage, and also gives them a haste boost while they have it. And then they can use Death Strike to heal themselves for a percentage of the damage they took. They are a very reactive tank, and they mitigate by attacking, which is slightly unique, or it was. Demon Hunter actually does the exact same thing, it's just that they have a defensive cooldown that is more comparable to the Paladin situation, wherein they get a parry bonus and they take a lot less damage. But because they have, like, a heal they can use regularly, you could say. Druids basically just work on taking consistent damage. Their cooldown is maintained, that just increases their armor. And then they can also heal a bit. But the point is that they're the consistent tank. If they're taking 80% damage, they're always taking 80% damage, approximately. Whereas the other tanks are like wavy. And speaking of wavy, the Brewmaster, the monk, just takes damage later. Like, that's their mitigation, is that they take it later. So, like, a majority of the damage, like, if they get hit for 10,000 damage, they only take 4 or 5, and then the remainder is spread over 10 seconds. There are ways to interact with that, to reduce it before it lands on you, and things like that. But basically, if you've ever... you might have heard me talk about in some of my tanking videos that in some part, the reason why you're spreading out your defensive cooldowns, the reason why you're spreading out your defensive cooldowns and you're just going blap and using all of them is because for the healer, it is actually more important that you take consistent and predictable damage than you're taking the least possible amount of damage. This is completely separate from the whole diminishing returns aspect. It's specifically that it would be better if you take 25% less damage for 30 seconds than if you take 50 less damage for 15 seconds and then full damage for 15 seconds. Because it is easier to manage if it's more predictable. And that is Monk. Monk, like in a nutshell, and just so you know, I mained Brewmaster in all of Mr. Pandaria, the expansion that class came in. And I mained Brewmaster for a significant portion of Legion. I switched when they nerfed brew stacking in Nighthold at some point, but the point is, I know a lot about Monk, and I have like a vested interest in it, so it comes from a person who cares when I say Brewmaster took more damage than the other tanks. It's just that because the damage was controlled and predictable, it made it easier to handle. And just me listing the tanks here, you can probably hear that there's a, like that. I didn't really talk that much about how the tanks attack, right? Like, I talked about how Death Knight attacks and about how Demon Hunter attacks, but I could explain some unique aspect of each tank without talking about how they attack, unless it had a specific vested interest in how they defend. And that's a core difference in Final Fantasy XIV. Active mitigation is not really a thing we talk about in Final Fantasy XIV. It's more that these short cooldown, defensive cooldowns that we have now are kind of like that. Like, it's kind of like that. Not really, but a little bit like that. Which, of course, has the problem that they're not unique enough. Like, it is nice that you have like 4 distinctly different short cooldowns. It's just that they're such a minor part of your rotation and combat that it's a little bit of a like, so what? Which is to say, I do agree it would be really awesome if the tanks were more distinct defensively. And I'm guessing that's kind of what we were going with in what you were talking about, Anime Freaks. I don't know if I completely overinterpreted what you said, but like that's kind of what I'm thinking, because with healers, the reason why we have this difference is because we can see all of their defensive tools. They have so many defensive tools that it is rather obvious that there's a difference. It's just that the difference isn't as insanely clear with the amount of tools they have, because all of the healers have to kind of do everything a little bit. And tanks have this problem where they all have rather involved rotations in some capacity. And because of how Final Fantasy XIV works, just because of how the game works, like, think about it. If you wanted tanks to have a much more involved, like, defensive rotation, instead of, you know, just, well, I have a 2-minute cooldown, 90-second cooldown, blah, 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 that they actually had, like, different defense options they had to, like, manage and, like, care for, then with the way the game is right now, I have a feeling that the result is that we would have to take away some of the attack buttons. And I don't think we need more defense buttons on the tanks right now. We need enemies to hit way more and way harder before we even consider giving tanks more defense. And because we've already filled out all the defense they could possibly need, there isn't any need or a space for it. Which of course leads to this problem where the tanks feel very similar and then they are different. They are different. Like, for example, we know that warriors completely busted in dungeons. That is also a good point, Chef. Back in the day, people were talking about separating the tanks into main tanks and off tanks. And part of the problem with that aspect is a boss where you need a genuine main tank and off tank. That means that the main tank has a different job from the off tank. Which means that if you had a boss that required a proper tank switch on the Rex, like on the regular, you would need two main tanks, right? But if you have, like, because the thing is, what makes a good off tank? Surely it's like being able to, like, support someone else or pick up ads and stuff like that. Which means that a main tank would be bad at those things, right? But it is really, really hard to make that kind of distinction. I don't think we want that. Comfy says, back in the day, let's say Heavensward, you had a weird split between a magical and physical tank, and that was purely because Paladin couldn't block magic attacks. That is an interesting observation, and for anyone going, wait, what? Don't worry. Paladin can indeed block magic now. And you know exactly why. Because otherwise this would be a problem. But yes, indeed, that Final Fantasy XIV is a very specific kind of game. World of Warcraft is also a very specific kind of game. But because of that, and Final Fantasy XIV being very focused on, like, at the upper echelons of gameplay, like the hardest content, what we're really talking about here is perfection. This isn't an entirely... I might be wrong on this. As far as I know, like, games from Asia, potentially especially Japan, have a huge focus on, like, being able to perfect the game. Like, complete mastery over the game. And this kind of requires the game to be predictable in such a way that you can learn exactly the perfect way to do it, which means that randomness probably would be less popular. In Western games, I think, my observation, perhaps my perspective, it is more common that we sometimes emphasize like thinking on your feet, being a little bit more flexible and things like that. Incidentally, the difference between World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV is very clear in just this. Final Fantasy XIV has a huge focus on perfection. Most jobs in the game have a rotation that you can write down on a spreadsheet, and you know, like, say what happens when from start to finish. Even in a boss fight, you just have to include the downtimes imposed by the boss. In World of Warcraft, you have an opener, but that opener might be like 3 steps, and then it's like, if this happens to that, if that happens to that. It can be like that. And the rotation at large is often like that. If this happens to that, if that happens to that. Which happens to like emphasize this thinking on your feet, making the most of what you've got, be flexible idea. And because of this kind of perfection in Final Fantasy XIV, you only really need, on a tank, enough defensive cooldowns to beat a boss. Any more would be unneeded, right? Any more would be excessive. Why would you bring more than that? The rest can be damage. So it's difficult, and I understand why the defensive systems we have in the game are a little bit bland compared to, for example, Terra. I did see someone mention Terra. I haven't, just to answer that, Fala asked, I did try Terra. I didn't reach max level. I found it a little grindy. I thought the thing that I enjoyed was my favorite classes to play were the tanks, and especially Berserker, which I learned eventually got like a tank mode that you could unlock. The reason why I liked that was because I could use the capacity to just block and look for an opening. I could use this to fight the really big random monsters. Like if I got a quest in Terra and was like, I think they were called BAMs or something, big monsters, I would do that quest. Like immediately. I don't care, like all the other, whatever. I'll go and do this quest because that's fun. I would even just fight them like, ooh, I think I can beat this guy. Just because it was fun to fight them. And the fact that Berserker, I think it was called Berserker, had, wow, that's a big boy. It had this aspect of like waiting for an opening and then charging up your attack and stuff like that. I really liked that, but that wouldn't work in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't think it would work in World of Warcraft either. That's also a good point, Vince. Right now, we have a lot of people just clearing all the ARR fates for the yokai event. Yeah. Good night, Phelan. Thank you for coming. And yes, that is absolutely true, Cobats. That's also that's actually I think the interesting thing about how I could talk about the defensive components of each tank in World of Warcraft without talking about their attacks, because each tank actually has like defensive tools that relate to their offensive tools enough that you can talk about them separately. But as you said, like for example, Warrior, like when I said they can block all the attacks and they can put up a barrier, the resource they use to do both of those things are generated by their attack rotation. I believe Paladin, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think there's ways to reduce the cooldown on Shield of the Righteous or something like that related to your attack rotation. Death Knights generate the resource and like they do the actual things they do by attacking, like all of it. They generate resources to heal themselves by attacking. They generate runes to spend on making that shield that reduces damage taken by attacking. Demon Hunters generate resources by attacking. And they need those resources both for that defensive cooldown, but they also need it for healing themselves. Druids generate resources by attacking, which they spend on maintaining this like generally higher defense. Brewmasters reduce the cooldown on their brews by attacking, which means they can drink more. So every tank has this aspect to them where they have to attack to do that. Yeah, exactly. Drinking is important. Oh, this is actually an interesting point, Pecky, because specifically in Legion, Protection Paladins lost Holy Power, and instead Shield of the Righteous just had 3 charges, and then just refreshed eventually. But yes, I don't know if if they went back on that and gave them Holy Power again. Yeah, specifically Legion is like my point of reference that I reach back for, because that's when I played a lot in most recent memory. And yeah, that's also true, Kobats. Death Knight's strongest attack and best defensive tool is Death Strike. Tiger says, can I get a haircut or do I need a Fantasia? You can... There is these... around the world, there are these saloon things you can use. They have this red and blue and white striped thingy on it. It looks like a summoning bell. There is one in every inn. If you use that, you can change your hair. Gazel says, according to scholar lore, the fairy was widely used because they heal in place of the scholar themselves, making scholar have more space to attack. Weird, isn't it? I actually remember that. So I got into into Final Fantasy XIV, where my first character was a gladiator, a male catboy. As opposed to a female cat boy, right? And I deleted that character a day after I bought the full game, because back then the free trial didn't include small dragons. Then I made this character, which started as an arcanist. And when I did, let me put it like this, I looked at my toolkit and assumed all of the actions made sense. Which means, obviously, and just latch onto this one for a moment, I had a spell called Physic, which heals my target. That is a useful spell, assuming that it stays useful. Right? When I did the Ifrit fight on normal, my tank, or rather my healer, needed help. As in, the tank was dying, so I helped them using Physic. I specifically remember that because the healer thanked me for helping them with healing. Thinking back on that, that's the level range where Physic is still fine. But, my point is that I used... I tried to make sense of my toolkit and used every part of it in Stormblood. So when I unlocked Scholar, I looked at the toolkit, saw that Adloquium heals and shields, looked at my pet and saw that the only thing my pet does is heal. Well, that means that my barriers are intended to buy that pet time to heal the target. So I don't need to barrier up everyone, I only need to barrier people if they actually need, the barrier to stay alive to get healed. Which is kind of the same idea where they say that in the Scholar lore, the fairy was used to heal in place of the Scholar. Because, that made sense to me, right? That well, you use the barriers to protect the player, the other player, while my pet healed them. I'm not the healer, the pet is. I'm the support. I put shields on people. My pet heals, I put shields on people. That made sense to me. And then I did Brave Lock's Longstop. Because the queue was long as a DPS, alright? Also, hey Ardell, hope you're doing well. And hey Snow, says, what are your thoughts on maining Dancer? I mean, Dancer's not a bad job to choose to main. I don't think I would do it, but if you think Dancer's fun, Dancer's a good job. It has good defense options, it has great mobility. You can, like, be somewhat flexible with your cooldown usage. Like, I feel some jobs can sometimes feel like they're designed to just decimate a boss, right? So it gets really awkward when you're fighting a random mob in the open world. Dancer feels, to me, like a job that works perfectly fine anywhere. You can experience this law in real time, healing Sastash at level 15 with Scholar. Cat Damon says, having to unlock Hairdresser by doing a random quest is such a Final Fantasy XIV move, and yes, it is. But it would actually the thing that I was just talking about with how the tanks of World of Warcraft directly interact with their defensive toolkit with their offensive toolkit is actually something that I've talked about before, more in the with the focus of healers. I think I talked about it previously in the context of motivation or inspiration. Part of the problem with people coming into Final Fantasy XIV from other MMOs, for example, and then finding out how healers work, is that healers in Final Fantasy XIV, in large part, make no sense. You probably know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I main healer, yeah. How many healing spells do you cast? I don't. It's generally a bad thing if I'm casting healing spells. It means there's a problem. What? So what are you doing? I cast healing abilities sometimes, but mainly I cast attack spells. Why? Well, it protects my group by killing the boss faster. The problem is the connection between protects my group and killing the boss faster. By which I mean... I give cards. Imagine how much easier it would be to sell someone coming into Final Fantasy XIV on healers need to be attacking if you made it so that, and of course you would need to rebalance a lot of things for this to not be completely busted, like with all the other things in the game. But imagine if casting Glare, so White Mage Glare, applied a debuff to your target that made them do 5% less damage for one auto attack, or for their next attack. Like, it could be that boss mechanics don't count, but like it could just be auto attacks. That's still a defensive property of attacking. Like, it does something defensively that is better than nothing. So, like, if you have a healer, then like they might look at it and go 5% less damage on their next auto attack, really? But it gives this attack a defensive reason, a motivation for the healer who wants to protect their group to also attack. And you could give them accuracy down. The reason why I didn't go with that is because that can both be insanely overpowered and completely pointless depending on whether it works on bosses. You could do that with every healing attack, like healer attack. You could make Aflata's Misery make it 50% for one attack, or like for an auto attack, or make it so that Scholars when they broil someone, I don't know why broil would do this, it makes it so that when the enemy swings at their opponent, it actually heals them a little bit. Like, heals the target they hit. Like, in addition to the damage. So, like, you just, like, when the enemy that is applied this broil debuff attacks the tank, it heals them for, like, 30 cure potency. And it lasts for 5 swings, or whatever. Or 1 swing. You could do that with every healer, and I do think that even though Sage has Cardia, they could do more. Like, they could do a bit more, because Cardia replaces EOS. Exactly, Nerenos. Reward healers defensively for being offensive. That means that you have, like, a better motivation to actually attack. Most of us that play this game and have played for a long time don't need that motivation because we already know that it's the best choice, but a lot of players are completely alienated by this perspective. And yeah, exactly, Warcraft Traveler, it's a little bit like the stun of Holy on packs. Although I think what they should do is change Holy to something else, like maybe slow attack speed a little bit instead, because it has the detrimental effect of some healer players, white mages, will specifically only use Holy until it doesn't stun anymore. And they will even intentionally space out their Holy casts. You don't need to do that, by the way. I have demonstrated in Mythbusters that it kinda just works. Without intentionally spacing it out. You will get your 7 seconds anyway. But by making it something that you could maintain forever, you give... and if they made it a shorter duration, like make it so that Holy only like slowed swing speed for like 4 seconds or something, so that it's just enough that you can like apply the next Holy to maintain the effect. Like that could work. Hey Zach, hope you're doing well. And yes, exactly, Kobats. That is, of course, like the reason why I'm focusing on healers here is because that's something I've talked about before. I think tanks should get the same thing. Like, Paladins shouldn't be generating Oath Gauge from auto attacks. Paladins should be generating Oath Gauge from their actual weapon skills and spells. Warriors shouldn't... like, they need an additional gauge, I guess, because Beast Gauge is already all Fell Cleaves, like, oops, all Fell Cleaves. Give them another one, and make their weapon skills generate that resource, so they can use Bloodwetting. Give Gunbreaker an additional resource, and make that, be spent on Heart of Corundum. Give Dark Knight... well, I mean... you know what? Whatever. Give Dark Knight an additional resource and make that the thing they spend on, I don't know, Oblation and TBN or whatever. It's actually weird because TBN is actually the exact opposite of that logic, is that in World of Warcraft, for the most part, you use your offense to generate defense as a tank. Sometimes there's a feedback loop, but usually it's offense generates defense. Period. In Final Fantasy XIV, the closest we get to that is Dark Knight having defense that costs offense, but refunds offense if we use it well. It's really weird, but it is the closest we get to, like, interaction between your offensive and defensive toolkit, and I would like more of that. Fala says, Piety is really weird. It's taken until level 52 for White Mage to get quasi-free heals with lilies. Until then, 400 Piety was my comfort number. Now I no longer look for it in gear. Here's an interesting thing, Fala. I can't show it as this job, but I'm pretty sure 400 is the base value of Piety at max level. That doesn't mean anything for you, but it's just a funny number, because 400 Piety at max level means 0 Piety, actually. You shouldn't need Piety at lower level, partly because, well, at least not in casual content, maybe in extremes if things are going really bad. Because while you get your cheap or free heals, or your extra MP recovery options at higher level, I'm pretty sure that White Mage's arrow costs, like arrow 2 I believe costs 400, but stone costs like 200 until like level 60 or something, I believe. Which means that it's actually really hard to run actually out of MP as a White Mage at lower level by just attacking. It's a completely different story if you're like, if you need to cast or even spam Cure 2 or Medica 2. Those are really expensive. You have to cast Cure 3 for your party. That's really expensive. But if things are going fine, then Regen costs 400, Stone costs like 200, and yeah, I mean, 1000 for Cure 2 every now and then, that's probably fine. Leaky says tanks 1-2-3 combo heals most of the time. That's true. But it's such a small part of your rotation that it feels like a footnote in most contexts. For comparison's sake, Licky, just it's not that I'm saying World of Warcraft better. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 right now. If World of Warcraft was actually objectively better in my mind, then I would be playing that, right? If I'd rather play that, I'd be playing that. But for a comparison, you enjoy Final Fantasy 14? You can do that? Is that an option? In World of Warcraft, Death Knights heal 4, and like, keep this in mind, like, Dark Knights have the strongest, like, raw heal on their 1-2-3 combo. Paladin has the strongest, like, in the Divine Might, which is 400, but Dark Knight Soul Eater is 300 potency, cure potency. That is okay. I think it's like 8% of your HP. Like, typically something like that. Yeah, which is like, when you like spell it out like that, it sounds really good. Death Knights, at least in Legion of World of Warcraft, their Death Strike, if you had the correct legendary combo to do it, you could stockpile enough resources to use Death Strike 5 times in quick succession if you needed to. And the way Death Strike worked was that it either healed you for 7% of your max HP, convenient Soul Eater 8%, right? Or 20% of the damage you had taken in the last 5 seconds. I can't remember if it was before mitigation or not. Which of course means that it would have been the damage you didn't actually take, but the damage you could have taken if you were naked. And it was whichever one was higher. Which meant that if the boss just whacked you across the face for half your health, then of course it healed for 10%. But if the boss was actively pummeling you with a ton of damage, then you could gradually build that Death Strike until you just went whang, and then you got full HP. And you could repeatedly do that. I did that with like actual, like really like heroic / mythic bosses, where the boss just smacks me and then I just smack them back and heal fully, and then they smack me again and then I smack them back and heal fully again. And there we're talking bosses that go charge up and then just do 5 tank busters in quick succession, right? So like, that 4-second extra defense on Bloodwedding doesn't matter because the boss is going to smack you 5 times over like 10 seconds. Like, that's similar to how there are like tank busters that hit multiple times in Final Fantasy 14, but like, you know? Yeah, Zach says, just a small question. As a machinist, which stats are priority? For basically all jobs, your highest priority is crit. If you're still leveling, then your highest priority is higher item level. And of course, if you're looking at crafted gear, make sure it is high quality. That is more important than item level in a lot of contexts. But ultimately, if you're leveling, item level. If you're max level, crit. And then you generally want to have more determination than direct hit, but it's kind of nice if they're somewhat equal. And skill speed is not super great. Doesn't help you very much as a machinist. Still leveling? In that case, focus on getting gear with higher item level. If you have the choice between two items that have the same item level, you could, you could choose the one with crit on it. And yeah, exactly, Cobots. That is actually a really good point. And that actually works perfect with the discussion I was just having. For a healer, what's your motivation for attacking? Killing the boss faster. But it could have been damage reduction, like with the example with White Mage, and damage reduction or blind or accuracy down or something. What's your motivation for attacking as a tank? Keeping aggro. But once you have that, then what? Well, for Dark Knight, for example, your 1-2-3 combo heals, so, there is a motivation there. But what's your motivation for using Bloodspiller? As a matter of fact, I do remember, I've had situations where my group died, in a dungeon fight, and I'm trying to solo the last bit. As a Dark Knight, I'm only using Bloodspiller if I'm already at full HP and safe, right? Because Bloodspiller doesn't do anything for me defensively. It's just damage. So I'd rather just sit on a full blood gauge and then just heal more, if that's what it takes for me to survive. So that is a good point. What is your what is your defensive motivation as a tank for using Bloodspiller? What is your defensive motivation as a tank for using Quietus? As a matter of fact, what is your motivation defensively for using Carven Spit? It gives me 600 MP, so does Abyssal Drain, and Abyssal Drain heals you. What is your defensive motivation for using Salted Earth? Nothing, but in PvP it gives you healing and damage reduction. Yumia says, what's with the final Tombstone gear of an expansion having a ton of speed on it? That is an excellent question. Any Heavensward Dragoons in the chat? that Shire, what's it called? Preceptor or something gear that gives you like a GCD of 2.15 as a Dragoon, and you're sitting there like... Yeah, I get that, Tigers. Some people find that a little bit annoying, especially if you're getting a little exhausted on the story. What you could do, if you're interested in the story, but you don't actually want to sit through it, you also want to move on, is that you could find, for example, given I've done the entire MSQ on Small Kai on stream, you could find the appropriate episode and just, have me do voices and read up all of the dialogue for you. And then you can just skip on your screen and just move on. You could also find someone else doing that. But my suggestion here is, of course, that you could just put on a reading of the quests, so you don't have to read it yourself and you don't have to sit through those 6 hours. You can just have someone else read them for you. Leaky says tanks should never use defensive cooldowns because healers become bored of just spamming one button. That sounds like bad advice. And also true, Neranos. The only reason why I suggested putting on the cutscenes in a different way was if Tigers is actually enjoying the dialogue and they don't want to miss it, and that's why they're stuck reading it all, then that was a solution. But if you're bored of the cutscenes, you don't have to. A lot of people focus on doing that, on making sure you read all of it and all that in the first go, because maybe the spoilers will ruin the experience or later, you might feel like you missed out. I've talked about this, talked about a particular example before, is that I didn't get that attached to the MSQ until, later in Heavensward, perhaps really in maybe like more in Stormblood. Like there's like, and even then I skipped a lot back in my original playthrough. It wasn't like really honestly until Shadowbringers before I was like, okay, what is this story actually? Which meant that a certain cutscene from the vault just completely missed. I was just like, huh. Well, and then just moved on because I hardly knew who that was. But I've since like had a lot more fun with it. And that's the reason why I always understood this, but the reason why I understand that some people really care about, no, make sure you enjoy it, quote unquote, properly the first go through, because you will never have a first go through again. So if you mash through the cutscenes, you might lose the unspoiled experience of the first go through. Yeah, we're getting closer. I'll also say, I remember when, I believe when we did of the first walk, April 1st, I do remember that I had looked at the Tempest and thought, nah, that's not a super long walk. What did it take us? 26 minutes or something to get out of the Tempest? It took like 40 minutes or something to just get out of Norvrand. Which I thought would take no time because there's so few scene changes. Like, so few zone changes. Only to discover that Tempest is ridiculously big. It's just that the map is a little bit misleading, it feels like. Because it doesn't have that much depth to it. Exactly, Giraheen. It was the same thing we discovered with Ultima Thule. Is that it's insanely long. And Labyrinthos is weirdly long as well. Because of them being really twist and turny. Over here, salt is a way of life. Yes. Tester says PvP job designs feel like distilled version of the jobs, and yes, they do. They do feel like very like. That is something that I remember I talked about a lot closer to back when the rework was newer. The PvP rework is that a lot of jobs, in my opinion, feel more. How can I say? More. Correct? Like, more like their like job fantasy is better matched in PvP. It doesn't apply to all of them. I do feel like, for example, White Mage is having a weird time. But a lot of jobs feel more like in tune with their class fantasy, you could say, than their PvE counterparts. Part of the problem here is that some of those job fantasies would be a problem in PvE. For example, if Dark Knight could spend its HP as an attack resource in PvE, hypothetically, like if we changed Dark Knight as it is right now to then also be able to spend its HP as a resource, it doesn't even matter whether you went, well, what if we made it so that it could heal better as well to compensate? Like, if you just made it so that all of its MP spenders became HP spenders instead, and then of course your MP generators, like, you know, Siphon Strike and so on, just generated HP as well, that would automatically make Delirium Bloodspiller and Delirium Quietus heal you, by the way. The problem is that would mean, unless you put like an internal strict cooldown on your HP spending, that Dark Knights would be hated by healers. Like that's what it would mean. That's like, I don't even think I need to like skirt around that. Like, it's just Dark Knights can spend HP to attack, question marks, healers hate them. Like that. Because while some Dark Knights will be good about as a Dark Knight, already hate Dark Knight. Girder those Dark Knights, they ruined being a Dark Knight. There would be Dark Knights that would know to like manage their HP, you know, only spend when they have excess, like be careful, things like that. But there would also be Dark Knights that just go, well, I can use Edge of Shadow, so I will. Bloop, lose like 10% of your HP or whatever. Well, it's still available. Bloop, lose 10% more, just mash it, and eventually you die to, you know, damage in the fight because your healer's out of mana. And then that Dark Knight probably goes something like, where are my heals? But yeah, exactly, Cobots. That's also what I meant by you give Dark Knights better self-sustain, but if you have a button like Edge of Shadow or Flood of Shadow that genuinely don't really have a cooldown, it means that you could, like, if your HP is your resource, you could go 1 edge, 2 edge, 3 edge, 1 edge, 2 edge, 3 edge, until either you run out of HP so that you have too little to pay for it, or you die. And because other players have the capacity to heal you, and have a vested interest in you not dying, it is very possible that you just drain your healers of GCDs and MP. Which is why it could become a problem. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. It would also just mean that you would have, like, Dark Knight White Mage burst comps. And barrier healers would have a really, really awkward time with Dark Knights, I could imagine. Yeah, it would... what we're getting at, probably, and that's also like, I can see Chef coming with a good idea. Maybe they can only spend HP down to a certain threshold. That could work. You would have to make it very strict, because it might not work with, like, with as much freedom as they have in PvP. Exactly, Dark Knight would be healers adjusted tank, and that's exactly the reason why healers probably would hate them. Emir says, how would Junction work on Gunbreaker and PvE? That's an excellent question. Here's an interesting and... Are you ready for it? Oh, look, it's World of Warcraft again. Hello. Death Knights, a long time ago, got a spell called, I believe it was called Dark Simulacrum. What it did was that it cost a small amount of runic power or whatever, didn't matter. Put a debuff on your target, And the next spell your target casts, it had to be a spell, had to be a magical spell, you just got that one. Like, you had that one in your spell book for like 20 seconds or something to use at your discretion. Which meant that when you were fighting a paladin and you're getting them close to death, maybe you use Dark Simulacrum on them. No, Agibuster, we're walking first. The paladin uses Bubble, the Divine Shield, Hallowed Ground, essentially. Now you can use Divine Shield. So you can just go, you're invulnerable, I'm invulnerable. And you might even hold it for a little later or something. And you could also steal, like, really strong attack spells and stuff. But how does that work in PvE? And the answer to that is often the boss would just, like, oh, that isn't a spell, but it's literally Rain of Fire. No, that's not that. It's not Rain of Fire. It's not a magic. It's not magic. Why is it not magic? Because if it was, you could steal it. And sometimes they would just let you have it. And just, like, your version of the spell just deals way less damage for balance reasons. So, like, if they gave Gunbreakers... Like, what I'm getting at is they gave Gunbreakers Junction for PvE. They would probably have to... they would probably have to, like, give each enemy some sort of, like, designated role or functionality with Junction, which would be a huge amount of work, like, looking back. And I'm, of course, focusing on how Junction works in Final Fantasy XIV. To explain for Absurd, in PvP, Gunbreakers have an action called Draw and Junction. What it does is that the certain actions in the Gunbreaker toolkit have some sort of secondary component, which is dependent on your junction. Your junction is dependent on what role you used Draw and Junction on most recently. And I believe Draw and Junction has a 30-second cooldown, or something like that. If you use Draw and Junction on a DPS, then you're like a pseudo DPS for a while, which makes those attacks hit way harder. And that includes like the Gnashing Fang combo. If you use it on a healer, then those combos, in addition to doing damage, will also do like AoE healing around you. If you use it on a tank, it gives you barriers for each attack. Bigger barriers than the healing, but I mean, depends on what you need, right? And then you also have a secondary action that changes functionality depending on what you junction most recently. Where if you junction the DPS, then you have access to Blasting Zone, which is, an OGSD that just hits hard. If you junction the healer, you have access to Aurora, which is a heal over time effect. And if you junction the tank, you have access to Nebula, which reduces damage taken and counterattacks people that hit you. So like you have a cooldown, and many of your attacks have some sort of adjustment depending on what you junctioned. The problem here, I think, is that how do you decide what junction a specific enemy in a PvE context is, unless you just junction your allies, in which case you're probably just junctioning the DPS. Healer, heal me. I'm junctioning the DPS. Can't you junction me and help me heal? Nah, DPS wins. And that is a good point, Coberts. It is really weird that Dark Knight is not the lifesteal tank, you could say. It's weird that Dark Knight does not have any HP spending. I guess in an alternative universe, I'm just spitballing here. In an alternative timeline, Dark Knight was a DPS and it used HP as a resource and could lifesteal a little bit. But then Samurai is a tank, or something. Which could also have worked, by the way. Alright, Tigress. Good night. Bob says, are you stopping at Mare or are you continuing to Ultima Thule? I think we're stopping at Mare and then looking at clips. Healers adjusted DPS would also be a pain, probably. Yeah, probably. The best, like, see, the thing is, the best way they could do that, I guess, would be... You spend your HP, but the way you spend it like for example, it spends, say, 20% of your HP to do an attack, but it puts like a block on your HP bar that you can't recover except through your own actions. And it stays for like a really long time. So like if you just go blah 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 and lose all of your HP, then the healer's just sitting there like, can't help you, buddy. I don't know, Vince, I believe the reason why Bob is asking about us going to Ultima Thule is because on April 1st we went all the way to Mare only to then continue to Ultima Thule. I think that's the reason. But that was also a stream of only walking. Isn't path from Gangos to Ultima longer? We don't know. So far we've gone from Gangos to Mare, and from Mare to Ultima, and from Churning Mists to Ultima. Have you done others? I think that's it, right? So, like, I'm kind of figuring it out. I feel like, based on what I'm seeing here, and considering the time saves we could have had on the Churning Mists to Ultima Thule run, it is possible that the Mists to Ultima Thule is like slightly shorter than Mare, or vice versa. I do recall Vince, I think it was Vince, found like a 10-minute time save relatively quickly on the Churning Mists section, for example, and I can't remember if it like how consistently over 2 hours it got. But to answer that question, my point, the whole point of these walks is to figure out which one is longest. At least partly. It's also just because it's funny. It would only work one way. Which one would only work one way? Oh, right. Yeah, the shortcut. Which means that it is possible that the path we went, if we had done it in reverse, it would have matched. In which case, that would have been longer. But yeah, I don't know how long it'll take to eventually figure out what the longest walk is. And I don't know what I'll do with that information when we have the answer, but I think it's fun for now to figure out how far there is from place to place. Just give them a tank's worth of HP. The problem by if you just give the a job an HP spender and then just give them a lot of HP, is that it just kicks the ball like slightly down the road. I think it's a funny, it's the simple and funny solution in me. I do agree with that. Like that is really like that is a way to get it done. But I imagine the problem there would be that, well, you would just spend, you know, a few extra GCDs spending all that. Peggy says could be something like a 30-second cooldown that activates your HP spenders for 10 to 15 seconds, but blocks all external healing for that period. Well, the problem there, Peggy, is that what would happen is you would then just spend all of it, and if you're not good at the job, you would then die during it. And then once you're done, then it's the healer's problem. The reason why I suggested, so my suggestion that I just thought of is you make the HP spenders effectively, like the easiest way to design this is just make it so that it builds a debuff on yourself that lasts like minutes, that reduces your max HP by the exact number that you spent. So like if you have to spend 20% of your HP, it just like if you have 100,000 HP, you use your attack and it gives you a debuff that makes you have 20,000 less max HP. The healer doesn't notice anything because your HP is still full. And the only way to combat this debuff is that your own healing buttons will like heal past that amount. So like if you're missing 20,000 HP and you heal for 10,000, you yourself, then you only are missing 10,000, for example. That might make it work. That of course also means that there's a skill thing with if you then just mash your HP so you don't have any more, then I guess you'll just die then. Yeah, remember the doggo, that is true. We have to use the doggo there. Thank you. How far is it from my bedroom to my bedroom? Depends. Are we speaking specific coordinates here? Sounds like that Dark Knight spending MP on Age of Shadow like a boss with the frog meme. But HP instead. With the frog? A button that gives you double your HP for like 28 seconds that works as a cushion. See, that could exactly also work with the idea I suggested. You could just have it like, now you have more, well, you probably don't want to still have that you probably don't want to be missing 150% of your HP when the buff runs out, because then you die. Oh, you have 0 max HP. Oops. But there would be a way to make it work. The thing that I'm trying to figure out is, yeah, if you want to post links to something, you'd have to do it on the community server, because the YouTube chat, we have had to block links, because otherwise bots look at it and go, "Let us introduce ourselves." You did exactly that. Oh, okay. Can you give me money to buy TPN? Yes, actually buys Edge of Shadow like a boss. Let me just grab that so you all can enjoy it. Damage dying. With a tank buster mark on their face. Excellent. That is also a good idea, Cobards. Spending HP gives you a short lifesteal buff, so you could quickly get your health back after you spend it, as long as you don't spam. That is also a way to do it. That would also mean that you would have an interesting burst where you could be like, well, during the burst, I'll burst down to like 50 HP, and then, like, specifically if the lifesteal is capable of producing, like, an excess. Like, let's say that, like, of course it's based on what you're doing, but let's say that you have an attack that costs 20% of your HP, but the lifesteal that you have is good enough that you could heal, like, 25% of your HP if you, like, let it fully play out. So you could, you know, go down and then up and down and up, or like in burst you go really far down if it's safe, and then you can like build up again. Although that idea of course works a lot better in a vacuum where you don't have a healer going "Nyah!" every time you drop like that. Also, hey parent, hope you're doing well. Put the HP spent on a cooldown. That would also be a solution. I don't know if that would be a good solution though, because the thing is, I'm not trying to just be boring idea killer man, just over here going like, nope, all of your ideas bad, and that's not what I'm trying to do. The thing that I'm picturing is, let's say that the HP spender has a 10-second cooldown. That doesn't mean, when you really think about it, with the way that players optimize the fun out of games, that doesn't mean you can spend your HP once every 10 seconds. It means you should spend your HP for damage every 10 seconds. And you might be saying, no. What if we make it take 50% of your HP? Then you wouldn't do that. Maybe not, but if it's a DPS game, then you might. And healers adjust and all that. You know, blah blah. Healer's problem. I'm doing good damage now. I'm winning on deeps. Oh, the healer's doing bad damage. Why are they doing bad damage? What do you mean they're spamming Caetsu on me? Just don't do that. Why am I not getting heals? Why am I dying? You're using your HP, 50% of your HP for damage every 10 seconds. Yeah, and? So? Not doing that is a DPS loss. Yeah, but you're spending all that HP as a DPS loss for our healers. Surely it isn't. They just have to heal better. Use HP move, get 1 stack of HP debuff that lets you use shields and damaging moves when you get overhealed by a certain amount. Oh, yeah, so that, like, you can only use your HP spenders again once you've recuperated again. And yeah, that's also true, Neronos. Blue Mage already has Wild Rage and Revenge Blast. I think the only reason why that is weirdly not a problem is, of course, because Blue Mage is a limited job, and also because Blue Mage tanks can just go White Wind and then fully heal everyone, assuming the tank is already at full HP. So the Blue Mage intentionally dropping down below half HP isn't a big deal. There's also the part that Revenge Blast, well, rather Wild Rage, isn't that good. Revenge Blast? Oh, careful, Emir. Careful, mods. Hold it. Hold your guns. For a second, I also was like, wait. But wait, that's Ivia. Yeah, hold your fire. After watching Caetsu Chaiji, I was recommended to watch this stream. Excellent. Thank you. Warcraft Traveler says, in another hand, that Wild Rage or an HP spender could be a way to proc Living Dead, and that's also true. That's also true. They could they could use, like, they could make it so that you could spend all of your HP such that you can use Living Dead. They could do that. Yeah, Scholar's loss rate used to be 30%, didn't it? A test of your reflexes. Hold it. Fisherman mentions, indeed, blood for blood. For those that don't know, Dragoon's lance charge, you know, the action with an icon that is not a lance and not really a charge, more like just blood cells of some sort. used to be called Blood for Blood, and while it increased your damage output, it also made you take more damage. This is even more interesting because it was a cross-class available action back in Realm Reborn and Heavensward, which meant, if I remember correctly, bards could take it, and I'm pretty sure... No, wait. Black mages could take raging strikes from archers. I don't think they could get blood for blood. But melee DPS often could grab blood for blood. It's like you go into your burst and now you're taking more damage. Hey Bronto, hope you're doing well. But it does indeed surprise me, speaking of that, Chef Dante, that despite everything, Dark Knight is like the tank that is notoriously bad at self-healing. Like, that's weird. Like, I know that their thing was usually that they spent HP, but I would have settled for their thing being that they do something with HP. Like something. And just flipping it on its head and going, they're the lifesteal tank. That would have been fine. Like that, I feel like a lot of the Dark Knights would have that came from the olden days. That would have worked, right? Like they would have probably been able to settle for that. Like be like, yeah, I can see why they're not spending HP, but at least we're stealing HP. Just don't get hit by raid wights. Ah, yes. Just don't get hit, Lamau. Mick says, I'm sure they toyed around with it in the beginning. I'm pretty confident that they did as well, yeah. And yes, Umia, for some reason, Black Mage used to require 15 levels in Archer. With Summoner and Scholar, it actually made a lot of sense. To me, at least. Because Scholar required Arcanist, obviously, and Conjurer, while Summoner required Arcanist and Thaumaturge. So it was like Black Magic pet job and White Magic pet job. And yeah, Paladin also... not only did Paladin require Conjurer level 15, but... So I don't know if that's the actual reason, obviously, but I attribute the fact that Paladins basically have no magic until, like, Clemency is because, well, they used to have, like, Conjurer spells. They used to be able to take things like Cure 1 or Protect. They could even have Raise. They couldn't use it in combat, but they could choose it. Could they choose Arrow? That's weird. So, but the point is that then they removed cross-class actions, and now Paladin doesn't get any white magic until they learn Clemency. As this is all casters required Thaumaturge level 26 for Swift Cast. Yes, and all melee DPS jobs required level 30 Lancer for Blood. And all those that could learn Raging Strikes required Archer level 4, I believe. Very fair, isn't it? I believe you could also get Mantra from Monk if you got Monk to like level 44, but that was like a niche pick, I think. Something like that. There was also the part where you needed to level... Well, it wasn't that bad. If I remember correctly, to get Warrior, you actually needed level 30 in Marauder and 15 in Gladiator. And I think Provoke was like level 18 or something. So, like, I've heard a lot of people that are like basically horror stories of, oh man, only one of the tanks naturally learned Taunt. But I'm pretty sure Warrior was basically forced to, like, level Gladiator enough to have it anyway. Yeah, internal release, that's true. I believe that one was also weirdly low level. But yeah, that was the thing, is that back in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, Provoke was level 22. Fair enough. That's still really low. And speaking of, I can't remember who mentioned Bloodbath earlier. I think it might have been Kobats mentioning Bloodbath as like an offensive defensive cooldown for tanks, except it isn't a tank cooldown. I'm pretty sure Bloodbath was a Marauder action. But yeah, exactly. In A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, because of cross-class actions, there was a direct incentive to level all jobs so that you had everything. Hey Azin, hope you're doing well. Like, sure, if you only mained one job and only one, then you only needed access to those that that particular job could get. But that could still mean that you were in a situation where, like, any job, if you wanted to main a job, you probably wanted to have access to every single cross-class option that was available to you, which of course would mean if you could get Mantra from Monk, then you need, well, from Pugilist, then you needed to level Pugilist until you could, just in case you needed it for your raid group or whatever. Oh yeah, Quelling Strikes. That one is a good one too. What is it? Cuts your enmity generation in half a bit. Tom says it was because I remember whining about having to level Gladiator when I played my original character in 2014, but it was because I wanted to play through the story in the free 30 days that I had at the time to the game. Being forced to level Gladiator as a distraction was annoying, and you know what? That makes sense, because in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, leveling also took way longer. Like, as they've added more levels, they've reduced the amount of time it takes to level, at least to my knowledge. Through a combination of, like, making things give more experience and giving options to level in different ways and stuff like that. So in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward, yeah, you only need level 22 Gladiator to get Provoke. Yes, but that's still nearly halfway to max level, technically. Just to get that. Like, this is, of course, again, a World of Warcraft analogy, but if you've played, like, classic World of Warcraft, imagine if you want to play a warrior. You want to be a big DPS warrior, do maximum damage, and then the game is like, oh, but actually, to get access to this Bloodthirst attack, you actually need to level a priest to level 30 first. But why? I don't actually know on that one, Velis. The thing I know about that, because I've, you know, gone through the history books as well, is that the best data you can find on this, the most reliable data you can find, is find a guide for a job from A Realm Reborn. Like, from actually A Realm Reborn. And see if they just flip to the cross-class actions menu for a second, then you have your answer. The reason why I say that is because a lot of websites I noticed back in the day were just, you know, filled in randomly. Where, like, they were like, oh yeah, this spell is a cross-class action. And then you figure out, like, if you actually got, like, the actual footage that, oh, nope, it isn't actually for that job, not for that job. And things like that. Like, it was weirdly inconsistent. And it also didn't help that a lot of players, for a lot of players that actually played back then, it has been so long that some of like the meme things that we talk about, that jobs used to be able to do, that we forget some parts. For example, and this is why I almost every time I mention Paladin used to have raise, I mention alongside it, but not in combat, is because so many people said, have been saying exactly that, and then being like, yeah, wouldn't that be overpowered back when Paladin could raise in combat? Which they couldn't, because apparently being able to raise in combat was a trait. As in, raise couldn't be used in combat unless you had the trait, and healers happen to have that trait. Let's see. Castan says, what do you think about the idea of removing battle reses and having limit break 1 being able to res, but with Brink, LB2 with weakness, and LB3 as is? I think that might not be a good idea to change that. I think battle reses is the better solution. You will actually find, Castan, that in really hard content, like actually hard content, it doesn't matter that you can res an infinite amount of times, because while you might be able to limp through the fight, if you limp too hard, the boss just goes, nah, I think you're done, and just Thanos snaps you and you die. That, like, the fact that there are hard enrages means that while you can raise as much as you like, you still have a time constraint. And I think that's good enough. That sounds about right, Velis. Yeah, the thing is with combat reses, as Kobats mentions, I would actually say that Final Fantasy XIV is way more liberal with combat reses, because in World of Warcraft, as I recall, you have like one or two, like you had like your raid at large has like 1 or 2 charges at the start of a fight, and then you generate an additional one like over 5 minutes. In Final Fantasy XIV, technically, both of your healers and potentially your mage, if it is a summoner, has 1 charge every minute. Every minute. And if it's a red mage, they can just go and just rest 4 people. And then, like, you also have the option that summoners and healers can, you know, do the hard cast. So that's what you meant with more liberal. I wasn't sure if you meant, like, you can use res, like, combat reses way more. Or you meant more people have them. With that, actually, let me do this and this. Oops. Shoop. And then I will be right back, and then we look at some clips. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Oh, nice, Angerkrieg. Congratulations. Hmm? Thank you. Right. I think part of the reason why Blue Mage has like a cooldown is exactly as Zarv says. Bit OP with 8 of them. But it is actually kind of interesting because I imagine that part of the reason is also because Blue Mages have access to self-destructing attacks. But that kind of like clashes with something else, because some of you might not know this or remember this, depending on how long you've played the game, but Blue Mages, when their maximum level was 50 and they didn't have a res, their like self-destructing attacks didn't impose that like brush with death debuff that prevents them from using one repeatedly. You could just go to town with that. Then they gave Blue Mages a res with a 5-minute cooldown and imposed a cooldown on the self-destructing attacks. I'm glad to hear that, retroactive augury. Thank you so much. Right. I think the self-destruct debuff was because people were using it to get friends to revive out of party people achievement. Ooh, I don't know about that. It's possible? I'm pretty sure that the brush with death debuff thing came basically at the same time as res being added. It is quite interesting because there are certain masked carnival fights where I remember that the strat originally was, oh, you just do this and then you self-destruct. And then the round 2 you do this and then you self-destruct, like you just final sting that guy. But when they added this cooldown, you can't do that anymore. Because the brush with death stays. Right then. So in regards to clips, I haven't loaded them this time. I remembered that I forgot a little too close to the stream. But I have clips from a bunch of people. So as I usually say, if you have a clip posted of your own, I usually prioritize those that are actually in the chat. Speaking of which, Cat Damon, are you actually here? Are you there, Cat Damon? Why is that sad, Liamir? Licky, here's a question for you, Licky. Where did you post your clip? Where did you post your clip, Licky? Did you post it in clip reviews, or did you just post it to me privately? That's not where you post the clips, Licky, and you know that. I think I've told you before. Is it outdated, Cat Damon? Have you actually done it? Oh, what do you mean? Well, in the meantime, I can see Archibusters here, so we can of course watch the most important clip of them all. This one. I thought that there was like a bed in the way here, and then the light shone, and I was like, oh, it's like a couch. Not seeing a good amount of provoke also looks like you have tank stands off. Got it, but Cat Damon, I thought you had already gotten it to 0%. And then still failed. Or something to that effect. In that case, would you rather I skip your clip, Cat Damon? Also, by the way, a 10 out of 10 cat. Imagine that thing being right up in your face when you wake up at 3 a.m. I mean, if the cat is looking for food, the cat is looking for murder. I demand death. Show off the first pull. We could do that. We do that, and then we have other clips. We can do that. Which one is the first pull? It looks like we're in the middle of it. Is this it? Is this it? Just checking, is this it? Or is it a later one you meant? Overlapping music? All of them are in the middle. In that case, this must be it. Okay, so it seems like you discovered that the perfect setup is using Requiescat on the splash itself. Which is something that I had, like, that was what I was thinking of when we were talking about using cooldown preemptively, was that I had no idea when would be time. 3, 1, 2, when Caspar reaches C. I'm guessing that makes it so that it exactly lasts. Wait, huh? What happened there? Is this intentional? It's like a second? We did nothing? Does that make sense? Or is that a mistake? It ruins the fight. Ah. Hey Kazu, hope you're doing well. We are the Mare Lamentorum. Huh. That is an interesting solution. That is a very nice solution, by the way. So that was actually a problem I also faced as warrior, in that if there was one of the Flotsams that had so little HP left that any weapon skill would be wasted, then I had to like kinda see, can I like sneak in 1 or 2 auto attacks before I run, or like is there something I can do here? But because as a warrior you don't have the option of, you know, using any good ranged weapon skills, you're just kind of stuck there and there's nothing you can do. But with Paladin you can do this. A small GCD gap broke the Royal Authority combo. Ah. Yeah, okay. Well, if you think that that was what you wanted us to see, then we will await your great success. We have a bunch of other people in the chat as well that have posted clips. Then I'm just going to list the names in case that you're on the chat. Just let me know that you're there so that I don't grab a clip that you're not even there for. We have Murfolk. There's a Murfolk the Adult or something, I believe. Murfolk the Adult. Viek. Actually, Viek has like 3 clips here. Gazel, I saw. Luminia, but I'm pretty sure that's the Discord name where there's a different name attached to the video. Let me check. Ashik's. And then we have, I believe it's Oscar Long, who was in the chat earlier, but I don't know if they had to go to bed. It is Around the World. And then we have Yumia, who was in the chat. And then we have Wool and Cole and Zaf. So if you are in the chat, but you haven't said anything, then say something, so I know you're there. Vela says clips for what purpose? It's a combination. Sometimes people send a clip because they think it's funny. Like, for example, Igibuster sends me a clip of their cat, which is adorable, of course. Sometimes people send a clip where they're like, this crazy thing happened. And sometimes they send a clip and go, what happened here? Now, Licky did that, but they sent it to me in DMs. And there's so many clips that that I think it's fair to say, like, the rule is there's the clip reviews room in the community server. They go there, and then I'll try and like write them all down. And some of you sent me a clip either of like a full duty run, sometimes of a specific part, and then ask for advice on it. Yumi and Gazel does that usually, for example. And I try to see if there's any mistakes. That's also why I'm very aware when I'm watching a clip like Cat Demons and I go, oops, your GCD slipped there, because that's like a common mistake that sometimes comes up. Not so much for Yumi and Gazel, but it's like the kind of things that I look for. There is like a pinned post in the community server that shows, like that explains the kind of things, like can't have copyrighted music on it, then I'll have to mute the video. I prefer if you tell me what you want. Like if you send me a 30-minute clip, but what you actually wanted to show me is like 5 seconds in the middle, then tell me that. Tell us that, because I know some people actually like check the links like the things posted there way in advance of me, because I check them on stream. How many people know pinned messages exists? Or pinned message exists? That's an excellent question. Unfortunately, it is a pinned message simply because the explanation is too long to have it any other way. Also, hey Fernando, hope you're doing well. And Traverse, hope you're doing well as well. It is going well for me. But yeah, it could be anything. Really. Generally, it's like Final Fantasy XIV clips and cat videos, as you can see. But it is just about like looking at things. Some people like to get like my perspective on like something they're trying to learn. So sometimes the most effective way to do that is like sometimes people mention something in the classroom. You missed a cat. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Travis. You missed a cat video. But like sometimes people ask something in the classroom on the community server, like I'm doing this, but something goes wrong. How can that be? And what would be the most effective? Like one thing I can do is like list the possible causes, like the possible reasons this thing is going wrong. But I could also just like, if you just post a video, I can just see, oh, well, the reason you're dying is because you're not using your defensive cooldowns well, or the reason you're dying is because the healer disconnected, or the reason you're dying is because you stood in the bed, or whatever it is. And it's way easier when you have an actual clip to work with. And it also gives like the opportunity to look further into it. Cat videos in Final Fantasy XIV console gameplay clips should ideally feature Mikota and or Rothgar. That's optional. That's optional. You mean standing in the fire doesn't boost my DPS? I know, it's quite devastating. I've also discovered this somewhat recently myself. It's really weird how that works. Right. I know Gazel has a clip from quite a while ago, I think. So we might want to do that one. Okay, I'm just checking, was there any sound on it? Usually there isn't. In which case, so we don't sit in complete silence, we can have this. It boosts the DPS you're receiving. That is true. So Gazel has been doing a Puppet's Bunker and asked for, I believe it was general positioning advice in Puppet's Bunker as a tank. And there's a... the stream's starting again. There's a few things that we can look for with this. I see that you specifically skipped the first boss. I don't know if it's just to remember to put on the recording at that point. Not important. But there are some interesting things here. For example... There are 3 mobs in this pack. For anyone who's curious, the 3 big boys here, and this is also what we're doing on the clip sometimes, a great opportunity to talk about some encounters. The 3 big boys each cast an interruptible raid-wide attack. And if you don't interrupt if any one of them gets their cast through, just one, then the entire raid gets to deal with an extremely fun paralysis debuff. The entire raid. And given that you have to have 3 successful interrupts for that to work, well, that usually doesn't happen, right? In this big blob of enemies, good luck with having someone targeting the 3 big boys specifically. Can't put... Well, Cat Damon, I believe it was both positioning of the boss and the tank itself. Bards to just cure some debuffs with Warden's Spear would be nice. It of course also doesn't help that these big boys sometimes wait a bit with using their interruptible attack. so that by the time you're supposed to do it, everyone forgot. Like, who cares about that? We're blasting now. By the way, just want to highlight something. I'm almost certain that Gazel is too focused on tanking the mob they're tanking, right? You're using Quietus on one enemy. Did you hit more than one thing with Flood of Darkness? Or Flood of Shadow? I'm pretty sure you're only hitting one the enemy you're facing right here. Because the blob is over there. I think the blob is over there. It's a little hard to see. I'm sure it's because you're focused on making sure you interrupt the thing, but it's just observation. You should, of course, like your options here to make that better is either use Blood Spiller and Edge of Shadow or move. I'm pretty sure you don't have to face these mobs away from the raid. Like that part is optional. But it makes sense to consider that it's a really big mob. Maybe facing them away makes the line AoEs face away. Doesn't appear to help. But anyway. I'm guessing that's what happened. But it is very nice that all of the interrupts all of the interrupts are done, and it even still worked with the second wave of interrupts. That is actually a... There's someone in the chat saying specifically, see, I'm so proud of us for interrupting those. Exactly, that's what I thought was impressive as well. I saw the preview chapter name said all interrupted, and I thought we have to see this, because that's magic. Right. So these guys are just, once again, just the short overview. These guys have a bunch of mechanics that are, you just have to dodge, right? There are some mechanics you can lure, like bait away and stuff like that, but you don't really have to. The thing that matters, and the thing that probably a lot of people either love or hate about this particular fight, is the line stack. I'm sure most of you know about it. The problem that I've discovered is that a lot of players are not actually aware that those line stacks, they reach across the arena. I've genuinely have done this raid where I just mentioned in the chat, by the way, those line stacks, they can reach the other parties, and people actually went, what, really? And then we had 0 deaths as a result. Like, no one died to the line AoE, line stacks. Because of that, the safest approach is to make sure that the line stack points this way, like out of the arena. So you can't hit anyone that didn't plan to get hit. One way you can also approach this is that if you have perhaps a sprout, perhaps a troll even, that decides to stand down here, is sometimes you can influence the sprout to change their mind about where they're stacking, like placing the stack, if they see that most of their alliance isn't stacking with them. Like, if all of the alliance is standing up here and the stack is here alone, there's a very high chance they will change course and come over to the blob because something is wrong. If it is a troll, that's a different story. But in both cases, if the entire, if all other players in the particular alliance, 7 out of 8 players is up here, it also means that both healers can attempt to grab the stack mark and pull them away, so that they don't shoot one of the other alliances. So, placing the majority of your group up here gives the group a lot more leverage to prevent someone from hurting the other alliances. Now, that's a completely different story, because there's, of course, a possibility that the other alliances do not care and just get you blasted. I had a particularly hilarious encounter here where I mentioned the danger of getting hit, and then, like, 5 or 6 of my party members got killed, including myself, from, I believe, like, it was like Alliance A shooting from across. The problem is that I saw the beam. So I basically went, like, I'm dead now, so I can ride without it hurting my DPS or healing. And, like, pointed at them and like, so who's going to res my party now? Like, you killed it. Who's going to res it? And then you see both healers from that particular alliance, like, awkwardly coming over and swift cast racing the healers in my group. Other people from that group, like red mages, coming over to help because they goofed it. Like, that's their like, their product. They did this. The third alliance that didn't have any blame in that one I don't believe they, like, maybe one person came over, but for the most part they stuck to their stuff, which I think was justified. Like, they could have helped, but I think it is way more funny if they didn't. I've had to do that as well, Velis. Like, if, like, people die en masse in an alliance, I'm often among the first to just go, well, they don't have a healer, so I'll have to go over and help. Or see that the tank in a different alliance is dying because they're tanking something and their healers aren't doing anything. That happens particularly often against Cloud of Darkness, by the way. Caston says, I had an alliance raid where all other alliances died to other mechanics and I had to tank 2 bosses at once. How would that work? You can't even attack one of them until you've killed yours. Like, you can only attack the main one. It could also happen on Phoenix, but at least there it's not an alliance. See, for example, that those spread markers, and that, let me actually just rewind this and then slow it down because I can't comment fast enough, it seems. So this is something I think we talked about when Gazel brought it up initially. Normally, I don't know why, but, like, I'll stand up there. I don't tank this duty very much, so I haven't had to ask myself this, but I actually think this is a really smart positioning for the tank, because it makes everyone else in the alliance go up there. That means you only have one person to worry about when making the stack marker. And then we have the thing that actually also, like, that made me rewind here is actually that there is a spread marker that comes up here, where often I see melee DPS, if they get it, they just ignore it and act like it's nothing, and then they realize that those spread markers actually leave a fire on the floor. So if they don't move, that's their problem now. Like, you put the AoE right where you want it to be. Now you can't be there anymore. And also, as you saw, the stack marker result looks like with 0 deaths. I thought the fire bottle was a DPS increase. And then we have the triangle here. For those that I have difficulty with that. Main thing you need to worry about is look at the blade, look at the direction. It's either in or out. Also, hey Wool, hope you're doing well. And Kraken Mo. If I have to leave melee range, just kill me. Ooh, is that 4 deaths? Or is it just looking weird? I think it's 4 deaths. No, Tank Buster. Blam. I think this is going really well. Particularly the fact that you're facing the boss inwards looks really good. It looks like when I'm looking at the minimap that the other tanks are doing that as well. But it is something that I had never considered. like actually doing. It's not something that I needed to consider, so to speak. Given that I rarely actually tank this. I remember the first time I did this duty, I did it as a healer in a drinking game alliance raid. Like a full pre-made. You had to drink if you died and stuff like that. I specifically remember I had no issues until the monitor boss. I got rest 5 times or something. We also wiped drinking PvP. That's a bad idea, yeah. I also recommend if you're going to make a drinking game out of playing Final Fantasy XIV, first of all, drink responsibly. Second of all, try to limit it to pre-mates, because it's not super fair to random strangers to have them have to deal with you doing that. That's also true, Shiro. If you can get one GZD in, that can be a DPS gain. Sometimes it can just turn around and hurt you. It's the importance of knowing and thinking about that. But I think your positioning was really good, Gazel. That was the specific thing I had on my notes that you were looking for, I think. I think that looked really good. You're using TBN for tank busters. You're using your resources. I don't think there's like anything particularly problematic of note here. Says, here's where I don't think it did well. Like here? I think that looks fine. You're dodging the AoEs without even turning the boss. That's pretty good. I think that was pretty good. Genuinely, I think that worked really well. Yeah, also, well, there, right here, you're losing 20 blood gauge because you used solely that full gauge. But the fight is wrapping up. I don't know if you're intentionally doing this so that you have more resource for the upcoming fight. That's sometimes a thing. Looks like you got hit by some. I think you didn't. Simply because I think it would have done way more damage if you did. I think it also gives a vulnerability stack. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I don't think I saw you get one. There's book club alliance raids with only summoners and scholars. Oh boy. A long time ago, I think it was yeah, I was doing Sephiroth farm, like mount farm, with my free company at the time. And at first, so I was playing Samurai, specifically like to carry on damage. And the thing that I noticed, like, keep this in mind for this story, I didn't get messed with once. No one messed with me for some reason. Behind my back, like, a friend of mine, a close friend of mine at the time, was tanking. But as we were like clearing repeatedly, I started to see that there were more and more healers in the group. Like, people were switching to healer specifically to rescue each other off the arena and stuff like that. But not once in that whole evening did I get rescued. Not a single time did I get rescued. It wasn't because I was using arm's length. I think they realized that I was doing the most damage. So if they just let me do that, we would maximize damage. Like, we would do enough damage to kill the boss, even though they were memeing in the background. So they're like, they'll just let him do that, then we can be stupid in the background. In that same session, we had everyone gradually switch to healers to rescue each other for the memes. And then randomly someone mentioned, wait, can't you, it was at a time where Blue Mage, like, it was somewhat recent that we had gotten access to Malediction of Water. Now, some of you might not know this spell, but the important part of it is that it says additional effect, 10 yum knockback to all enemies and party members in range. So people started messing around with, like, shoving each other around with Blue Mage. And when they had gotten enough of that, I believe that everyone started switching to Dragoon. I had switched to Machinist for some reason, but they started switching to Dragoon. And for some reason, everyone gave me Dragon Sight. That was back when they still had the beams. So there was like 5 beams on me. I recently discovered that left eye buffs actually stack. Like, as in they actually work. Which is a hilarious discovery. Not that helpful, but really funny. Yeah, Vivi, if you want some extra stuff, I actually demonstrated this with Gazel in one of the more recent Mythbuster videos. But right round has the same effect. It's just a circle AoE instead of like a wide line. So Malediction of Water and right round. Exactly, you were a star with 5 dragon sights. Exactly. Right. Next. Let's see. I don't think I saw Viech. Did I? I don't think I did. And I haven't seen Ashik's, at least. That's that I'm certain of. So we have. I don't think Oscar Long is still in the chat. They have 2 clips, some small clips. So what we will do next is we have Ymir with a Bottom's Metal clip, but before that, I believe Wool made themselves known in the chat. Wool had a short tether clip. Let me see. Yeah, it's a little hard to see exactly what was happening. This looks like a replay. Let's quietly skip over what that means. We'll do yours right after this, Ymir. This is like 20 seconds. That's why we're doing this first, is because it's a really, really short clip. That's actually the thing, is that's a lot easier for me to grab like a really short clip and see what it is. Alright, Gazel, thank you for coming. I hope that me reassuring you that what you were doing seemed pretty good is of any help. And in regards to indeed stockpiling your resources, that makes sense. If the fight is nearly over, you can burst a little hard on the next pack. Was that intentional? It looked like a tether swapped play. So I haven't done DSR, for anyone wondering. I haven't done DSR, so I don't know. But this Perrin and Licky observes that it is DSR, so we know that much at least. And it absolutely does not look like Nidhogg Extreme, so it has to be DSR, given what we're looking at. It looks like a tether swapped place right there. Is that a good idea? Is that intentional? Wow. It looked a little glitchy for a moment. Let me just go back and see if we can get it better next time. The tether swapped in the last frame, it looks like, right? There? I'm guessing that's what it's for. Because it doesn't look like something you're supposed to survive. often I can at least sometimes I can infer what's happening, but I can't see any HP bars. I can't see anything that's happening, so I don't know if the tank used like 5 defensive cooldowns to grab it. 250,000 damage unmitigated? Ah, what do you mean? I'm sure that that our protagonist here could take that. Our scholar. I'm sure they can take 250k. You just need to do the... what was it we got? Caetsu, was it 230,000 barrier? You just need to set it up. You just need to do the big adlo. It's just 200,000 plus shield. I'm sure you can survive this. That is what we call clutch. Alright, IG Buster. Remember to give your cat a head pat from me. 220,000 for Scholar. Perfect. 280 for Sage. We're talking about the biggest possible... in connection with the biggest possible hit, we were talking about what's the biggest possible barrier. Right. So we have Ymia in bottoms middle. Oh, Brontom, remember that the Yokai event is a rerun. So there is a possibility that that a lot of people has already finished it. There's music. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, sorry, Ymia. It's just that I have to know. Like, I have to be certain, because if I make the wrong decision, that can be a problem. I'm sure it's fine. It's just I don't want to risk it. Let's see. General healer advice. It does look like you're still leveling white mage, so that does make sense. Bottom's middle is always a fun one, right? Looks like full random group. That is a relevant region on the tank. That's a good idea. You don't have Divine Benison. You're exactly 1 level short, so you wouldn't have it. And then we have the Ultra Mega Pull. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Refresh region. It looks like they decided to chicken out in the end. As Eyes? You probably had used As Eyes before you stepped in for Holy, I think. Because now there's not really any nice way to do it, but you should use As Eyes for. It does a huge amount of damage, so you're really missing out by not using As Eyes. Now you used As Eyes. And I just want to be clear, I do see that you used As Eyes now that you had to use Cure 2. Just in case you used As Eyes because now it also heals. You really want to use As Eyes on cooldown, as in the moment you're like, alright, now I'm spamming Holy, that's also the time you use As Eyes. The healing part is a bonus. In fact, the MP recovery is a bonus because it does that much damage. Does more damage than Glare in an AoE. So it's just that good that you have to, like, you just click it on cooldown. You usually do that. Fair enough. I'm just saying to make sure that essentially, yeah, like every time you have it, bam, As Eyes, it's that good. This was back in my cat girl phase. Which one of them? I do appreciate, I can see that you're greeting hard. Sometimes just taking the hit, if it means you have to choose between holy or the hit, or not getting hit. That's also a good point, Vince, in regards to the Yokai Watch event. You only need to have the Yokai Watch bracelet equipped if you need the coins to buy yokais. The legendary ones you get for the weapons are from the minion and doesn't require the bracelet. That's a really late rampart from the tank. Oh yeah. You know what? Let me just take that. Let me just wind that back real quick and let's see what the tank does for a second. Like just to set like a standard to see what else we can expect, because it doesn't matter that Ymir is doing everything right if the tank is just memeing. Let's see. Tank stops here. Raw intuition. I would have done that. I mean, I would have pulled the rest and then done. Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've been Catgirl twice. But I would probably have pulled everything and then used Raw Intuition, but they stopped here and used Raw Intuition. That makes sense. Raw Intuition ends. No defensive? I'm guessing they're planning. I don't know why they're doing this. Like, at this point, this works. This works. This is fine. What's happening? What's going on? What's with the chain pulling? Asylum is down. Dodson is down. Dodson is right here. The tank should not move now. Everyone's all in. I know there's 2 mobs over there. You decided you didn't want those. You already decided that we're taking that in a separate pull. Like, nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. And then we pull over there. That's really weird. And then they use Vengeance and Raw Intuition. That's also a little strange. Anyway, now they use Arm's Length for 2 mobs that are magic. And they also use Rampart. Are they just using every single cooldown? They used every single cooldown. So keep this in mind. Every cooldown has been spent. Now for the second You're right, Perrin, that they could have done that. The reason why I recommend using Raw Intuition extremely aggressively is exactly because of 2 things. The first one is that Raw Intuition's cooldown is really short. If you use Raw Intuition extremely aggressively, you'll get Raw Intuition again. If you use Raw Intuition and then the White Mage starts casting Holy, then let's say that Raw Intuition, like that the first 3 seconds of Raw Intuition wasn't wasted. Then the White Mage stuns the enemies for 7 seconds, combined 10 seconds of nothing. That means that Raw Intuition has like exactly 15 seconds left because its cooldown is 25 seconds and it lasts 6 seconds. The second reason is that I've met a lot of White Mages that are afraid of going in to spam Holy if they need to start with the tank not being topped up. As in, they will go out of their way to make sure that the tank is topped up as they run in to cast Holy. Which means, if I use Raw Intuition and make sure that that's already done, then the White Mage will use Holy faster. That's the reason. You can only get 3 on Raw Intuition, Perrin. You can only get 3 on Raw Intuition. Because Raw Intuition only lasts 6 seconds. You need to late weave it to fit 3 in. Bloodwetting lasts 8 seconds. That's why you can fit 4 if you late weave it. Nascent Flash is the same. But it's actually only 6 seconds when you only have Raw Intuition. But yeah, that's the reason. I've talked about this before. I know some people are like, no, if you have a white mage, you have to wait with raw intuition until the white mage starts using holy. So what? If you use raw intuition, then the cooldown of raw intuition can tick while the enemies are stunned, and the cooldown of raw intuition is so short that that can legitimately give you one more raw intuition. That's the reason why I'm pretty liberal, like pretty aggressive with my raw intuition use, is because it doesn't really matter. What matters is you use it. A lot of people also save raw intuition or bloodwetting until they're nearly dead or like low health so that they heal more, but that's only the first GCD that will actually benefit from that. The 3 following GCDs just top you up after every swing of the mobs, and many of the mobs in a big enough blob will do like 30% of your HP per swing. Like, combined, one big swing. So, like, waiting 1 extra second so that you can heal slightly more also delays the next use of bloodwetting or raw intuition by 1 extra second. So, does it matter? Not really. You get 7 seconds of stun, Clement, because it does 4, then 2, then 1. I've observed some really weird jank where if you stun just right, you can get 8 or 9 seconds because of some weird interaction, but we're expecting 7 seconds. And also that, Kazu, almost always, like a lot, well, at least a lot of the time, there's a weird correlation between warrior tanks going, no, I only use raw intuition when I'm really low at HP, and the same warrior tanks going, why is my healer spam healing me? Often there's a connection there. That's why I'm saying, like, just be aggressive with it. But now we know the warrior's basically all out. They have raw intuition for this pull, maybe reprisal, but everything else is probably on cooldown. Raw intuition comes out. Get anything else? Hope you're ready to catch him, Ymir. Because he's not. Maybe you just have to keep him alive until raw intuition. Which you did. Excellent. The problematic part with White Mage is that ultimately you want to be attacking uninterrupted. Like on AoE, you don't really have space to use. Nice, perfect distance, exactly the amount that you want. That's when the spike turns, that's when you have done enough. Very nice. The problem is that Holy doesn't give you any weaving space, so... And because you're in the level range where you don't have a Flatus Misery, you don't really want to use your lilies at all, actually. Like, they just kind of suck. Arrows off. Good. This looks pretty good. And then we're back to AoE packs. The next pack is like a forced single pack, and then there's a Gigapull. Interesting. Let's inspect what's the tank doing. I don't know if you realized there was something up with the tank, but I'm very curious if the tank goes full blast on cooldowns here. I hope they don't. They do. Arm's Length, Thrill of Battle is up. For some reason. For 3 mobs. And here we go. Possibly the even harder pull. No. Okay, someone did loot the chest. And the warrior has wasted some cooldowns. Hopefully it's fine. No cooldown on the tank. There's Vengeance a little late. And you're spamming Holy. I think that's good. Then you have to Lily. Yeah, that makes sense. The alternative was actually like what you could have done here. Just tip. This pack, what immediately follows is like 2 minutes of nothing in terms of your rotation. So Benediction basically has no, like, has like, you have 1 use of Benediction here, but it doesn't really have a cooldown that will impact you later. So, like, I would have just gone, well, I'm using Benediction on this pull. I'm absolutely using Benediction and Tetragrammaton on this pull. Exactly, you could have dumped everything. Everything could have just... The question is whether you needed it. So, like, what you could have done is not use lilies and then just been extra aggressive with letting the tank drop low so you could Benediction. But you didn't need to use lilies, is ultimately what it boils down to. You forget you have Tetra. Actually, Perrin, and I've talked about this, just to follow up on that before we... Well, actually, you can probably watch this. Actually, Perrin, I've talked about this in my tank's perspective from of healers. And healers' perspective of tanks. More so, in fact. Healers' perspective of tanks, the tank that doesn't use raw intuition before they're nearly dead looks identical to the tank that doesn't know what raw intuition is until the moment where it is used. Which means that if they trust you to use raw intuition on time, but then you're actually not a good tank, you don't actually know to use raw intuition, then you die, and then the healer is going to get blamed, potentially. That is part of the reason why they don't trust you to drop low. Part of the reason. You know that you're smart. They don't know you. You don't know them. You don't know why they're casting Cure 2 on a warrior, but they don't know why the warrior's not using Bloodwedding until they're kind of low. Like, it goes both ways. You can only think maybe this is why, just like they can only go maybe this is why. And the difference is if you use Bloodwedding or Raw Intuition really aggressively, then it means you're also using Bloodwedding or Raw Intuition really predictably. And this is something we talked about earlier, the Brewmaster thing. What really matters is, as a tank, is taking a predictable amount of damage. And by using your cooldowns in a predictable way, which you do by using them like on a clock, essentially, you use Bloodwedding when it's available, then the healer can plan around it. To put an example, if I'm playing Sage and I see that my tank is using Bloodwedding, like basically they do big old pull, get all the mobs, and then once everything's clumped up, they use Raw Intuition or Bloodwedding. Then I'll go, okay, I'll wait with using anything until that drops. The moment Bloodwedding drops, Keracholi, Jaime, and now you can basically maybe use Rampart or something, whatever, but you don't really have to, because I'll carry you to the next Bloodwedding, because I know you'll use it. You'll use it in 17 seconds because you use it on cooldown, right? So I'll use my stuff, because the thing is, those warriors that are like, oh, I need to get every single smidge of value out of my Bloodwedding. The healer's there too. The healer's there too. Like, White Mage, yes, they might not appreciate, like, they might appreciate that you're actually completely self-sustainable, but I'm completely capable of sustaining myself, even though I use Bloodwedding early. Basically, what I've talked about this before, is that by using Bloodwedding or Raw Intuition slightly inefficiently, by using it slightly more aggressively, you're indicating to the healer that you have so much healing that you can throw it. You can just waste some of it. That's how much self-sustain you have. It's like an indicator of how confident you are as well. By showing that you're that confident that you can waste some of your healing, that means that the healer might be more confident in not needing to heal you. Hypothetically, this is like psychology stuff as well, and people think differently. Some healers just go, why is he wasting Bloodwedding? Idiot. So, like, who knows? But that's like the logic on my end. And using Bloodwedding earlier means you get Bloodwedding again earlier. You mean it's just the fact that I had to pull those mobs? What exactly happened there again? Why is the tank hanging out over there? I mean, I would say in this situation, weird that the tank isn't pulling more, but you don't have to pull for him. I don't recommend doing that. Even if you prefer he pulls more. I don't recommend doing that. The surefire way to get an angry tank. Pulling for them. If I have a tank that isn't pulling that I want to pull more, I tell them. I'd say you could pull more, it's fine, I can take it. Similar, like, it's the same as, like, the difference is from the tank's perspective. If the healer isn't attacking, I can tell them you can attack more, it's fine. I can't force them. In the same way, as a healer, I'll tell the tank they can pull more. Most of the time, there's a reason they're not pulling as much. Most of the time. There are exceptions. Like I've talked about in my You Pull It, You Tank It video, there are those weirdos that don't pull more just because they want to have the ability to choose for the group that they can't pull more. For some reason. But yeah, in regards to the blood-wedding raw intuition thing, it is really, like, it's the same as a healer. You don't know if the healer's an idiot until they prove otherwise. The best example I saw of a warrior demonstrating for me immediately that they're good is that as they were about to pull the first pack, they said, please let me die, I will use Holmgang. So I didn't heal them. Like, I put Cardia on them. And just attacked. And they used Holmgang when they had like 2% HP left. And they used Raw Intuition because it was a level 80 dungeon. And landed the first healing hit when, like, I'm pretty sure when Holmgang had, you know, it was so close that the duration was gone. Like, it was about to fade. And they said, don't do anything. So I didn't do anything. But then, the moment that Raw Intuition ended, I used Karakoli and Haima. And for the rest of the duty, I didn't do anything until I saw Raw Intuition was on cooldown. Like, I needed to see that Raw Intuition had been used and had spent 6 seconds, then I used my healing. And that made it way easier for me. But it doesn't work if you go in with randoms in your group and just assume they know you. They don't. They do not know you. By the way, Ymir, I think that was fine. I think that was good. There were some times where you could have used SIs where you like were a little slow on it. There were some times where you could have not used lilies and could have used something else. Overall, it went fine. Not the biggest fan of pulling for the tank, but it seems like the tank was fine with it. They didn't complain, as far as I can see in the chat. They just went for it. Like, basically, they had it seemed like the way they interpreted you pulling more was them going, oh, the healer wants me to pull more. And then they went for it. But a weird thing, and this is the thing, the reason why I'm not really commenting much on that, because we're not here to, like, review the warrior. The warrior had a lot of weirdness. Right? Like, they did a lot of weird stuff, like chain pulling, as opposed to, you know, big AoE pull. Chain pulling, again, is something that is a lot more common in World of Warcraft. In World of Warcraft, because classes often have, like, they're almost like engines that, like, need to get started, and then they just go and go and go. But often there's, like, a limit to how much you can pull, like, before it gets dangerous. So instead of, like, pulling everything exactly wall to wall, for example, you go like, well, we can, like, the tank and the healer can stay alive and fight through, like, 2 or 3 packs at a time. Which sounds a little silly with Final Fantasy XIV as your reference point, but maybe there's, like, 5 or 6 or 7 small packs between you and the boss. So, like, instead of, like, just pulling everything, you pull, like, 2 or 3 packs, and then as mobs die, you start, like, adding more to the pile. Like, you pull the next pack. as you go. And that's chain pulling. Sometimes you can even do like you have 2 packs and then like you pull the first pack over to the second pack, and then as the first pack dies off from the cleave, you go and grab the third pack, and then as the second pack dies, you grab the fourth pack. Like, that's like the idea of chain pulling. Doesn't really work in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, it's not good. It's not. It gets weird. And it seems like this warrior did that a few times. Right. Yeah, I think you did well. Oh, I already cleared that. Might be an old habit. It could be. It could also be that they don't actually know what they're supposed to be doing. Right? Like, it is possible that they just don't know. And yeah, Benediction and Tetragrammaton would probably be... Like, actually, this is of course something you can also do in your own time, Ymir. You could try and watch that back and check how many times you used Benediction and Tetragrammaton throughout that duty. And the most important part would actually be to see where you could have used Benediction or Tetragrammaton and saved yourself something else. Because part of the problem with Tetragrammaton, and especially Benediction, is that as a white mage, especially when you're leveling up and you don't really want to use your lilies, is that because you're somewhat limited in your cooldowns, you don't want to spend any of them in case you need them. Like, if you use Tetragrammaton right now, then you don't have it in 30 seconds. You have it in 60 seconds, but you don't have it in 30. So that could be a problem. And then you end up never using it. And the same with Benediction. If you use Benediction now, you won't have it for the next pack, and you won't have it for... Like, if there's a boss coming up, most of the boss you won't have it either. You probably won't need it for the boss, but you're choosing between using Benediction in this pack or the next one. But if you never use Benediction, then you don't have any Benediction. Ymir says, I feel like whenever I play a healer, I end up not using half my toolkit. I mean, that is also something you can work on. It's the idea of, I guess... Like, I don't know if this is the way it happens for you. I mean, like, that is, of course, something only you can know at the end of the day. But try and think of your defensive cooldowns as a healer, in some capacity at least, as resources to be spent, as opposed to, panic buttons, if that makes sense. Like, the difference between, like, using Azai's on cooldown because it makes you do more damage, and not using Benediction on cooldown because you might need it for later. Like, if Benediction did damage, then we would be using it on cooldown. And yeah, that's about right, Clement. Generally, what I say is that in an average group, it takes around 2 minutes. Around 2 minutes, give or take. Often a little bit less. From the opening of a duty to the first boss. Which means if you use your 2-minute cooldowns on the first pull, you will have them about when you get to the boss. Like, just about. And then the boss takes usually around 1 to 2 minutes. Like, somewhere in between. Sometimes a little bit more. And then another 2 minutes of trash, and then about 2 minutes of a boss, and then around 2 minutes of trash, and then, 2+ minutes of final boss. And often, it's not that perfect. It's usually a bit more here and there. But because of that, if you use Benediction on the first pack or the second pack, because the cooldown is 3 minutes, it will be available for the next trash pack sets. But yeah, exactly that. Try and use your defensive cooldowns a lot more aggressively. That could help. Clement, Ymir was level 65, so they didn't actually have Divine Benison. They should play healer like I play tank. kind of, like a little bit. It's a little difficult with white mage because you don't really have any good opportunities to weave a lot of these things. But yeah, like use your cooldowns more aggressively. That would be a good idea. Zarf is still here, right? Yeah, it looks like. So, was it yesterday that Zarf had a clear on A8S with Blue Mage? The Blue Mage group. It's not something that I like look a lot on Blue Mage stuff, but it's very interesting to sometimes see how differently Blue Mages approach a fight. Ooh, 11-second pull timer. That's weirdly specific. Right? So what we have Atheris here, the tank with Mighty Guard and tank mimicry. We have Jaina and Jusana as healers, and everyone else is DPS. Sam says we limit our spells to not have super powerful new spells, so I'm guessing that you're limited to maximum level 60 spells, like spells that were available at level 60. Also, interesting little observation here. If we look at the Zarf toolkit, Mighty Guard is the tank stance. Exuviation is a very small AoE on the Blue Mage of healing, more healing on healer Blue Mages. That is an AoE Isuna. It's an extremely small AoE, but it is an AoE Isuna. This is Ethereal Mimicry. That's what changes your, like, chooses your role. This is Final Sting. This is a taunt. Frog Legs. It doesn't generate huge amounts of enmity. It just sets your enmity to maximum +1. White Wind heals everyone for your current HP. Diamondback reduces all damage taken by 90%, but stops you for 10 seconds at the same time. You can't do anything else. It's like a forced stun. Off Guard is basically a raid cooldown. And then we have the damage buttons in some capacity. Devour here does a little bit more damage than your average GCD, but also heals you. Magic Hammer does slightly more damage and also reduces the intelligence of the target so that they do slightly less magic damage. Sharpened Knife is the fastest, strongest, like, regular GCD at this level range. And Sonic Boom does slightly less, but is ranged. And then we have basically the OGCD and, like, OGCD Burst Suite here, this entire thing. And we also have a Tingle and Triple Trident. I'm pretty sure weren't those added with level 70. But fair enough. Like, it's your challenge. Tingle makes your next physical GCD do 100 more potency. Triple Trident hits 3 times, so that's 300. Whistle increases physical damage by 80%, as you can see here. Bristle next to it increases any damage of your next GCD by 50%. And Moonflute increases all damage you do by 50% for 15 seconds. And then you're pacified for 15 seconds, so you can't attack or anything. And Song of Torment is a dot you can maintain. Combined with Bristle, 50% more potency. There's quite a bit here. Licky says Zarf might be off-tanking. Anyone might need to be tanked for one phase. Well, there you go. The dots on the boss. Now we have all the DPS Blue Mages with Moonflute, so nothing's happening, kind of, for a bit. The tank is taking heavy damage. I have to say I have never done this fight synced, so I don't know most of these mechanics, but this looks like the square in Sunken Temple of Khan where you have to stand in it. I'm guessing it's that. That is a good point, Neranos. That blue mages are all DPS, even if they have ethereal mimicry to a specific role. If you leave the square once you're tethered, the raid wipes. Well then. There's a difference in Sunken Temple where you can't leave once it's decided that you're it. Here they just go, you can leave, you'll die, but you can leave. And there we have the power of Diamondback. And it looks like Zug is off-tanking Brawler right now. Just casually tanking without the stats of a tank. You just have Mighty Guard. Hopefully that'll be enough. If the bots get too close, they buff each other. Then why was Vortexer that close? Or is that not that like that? Also, here's an interesting little background on, if I remember correctly, I don't remember if it was like level 70 or level 60 Blue Mage, but one of them, they changed Mighty Guard to only reduce your damage done by, I believe, 40%. It used to be 70%. You can leave this bull behind. Oh, isn't that Chelonian Gate? I'm pretty sure that's level 70 as well. Well, again, it's your challenge. You specifically said not 2 OP spells. I don't know what that counts for. I don't know which ones are off limits. But I'm sure that you have a list internally. Yeah, that is also a good point, is that people discovered that White Wind is a really effective taunt. Enjoy your pizza, Clement. Can you solo this fight? I think so. I'm pretty sure you can, yes. You just have to be extremely, like, you have to be really, really good at killing everything exactly on time. I mean, of course, like, unsynced. I'm pretty sure you can. I know that you can do it with 2 players. I know you can do it with 2. I'm not 100% sure solo, but I do remember that I think, was it with Sip? Where we went in and did it for some reason. I think it was like a minion or something. Where it was like, I can't do it alone. And then we went in and it was really, really easy with 2 players once we knew what was going wrong. Yeah, I imagine that you could pair it. It's just about what is the thing that makes it tough? Because I can't remember. And I haven't, like, that's the key thing, is that I'm not saying yes you can, just flat out, because I haven't soloed it. I haven't needed to. I don't know. Oh wow, the fight is already over. No intermission? Oh. You'd think! It's 0.1% HP. Oh, 3 individual damage down stacks. Well, it would be a shame if you had beaten this boss and we didn't get this part of the song, right? Ah, there's an additional fate. I didn't actually know that. I hadn't even noticed that when I soloed it. Oh no! I sure hope there are no saxophones in the area. Did he grow wings? Yes. We practiced this, you can't skip it. Stop skipping my dialogue! I do wonder why he grows wings. Link up! Because the wheels are Alright, Bad Angel. Hope you have a good day. With your work. Wait, are they soloing that stack? Ooh. These wings almost look like a machine going, oh, I need wings. Okay, then. As opposed to, yeah, Alexander that actually just straight up grows angel wings. Gobby wings. Initiating new combat protocol. Turn into a fire tornado. Of course. Why wouldn't you do that, right? Of course, that's what you do. This is soft enrage. Hmm. This is soft enrage. Suddenly the group starts dying. What's happening? And they're just each just going, right, let me just prepare myself, just attaches a giant sting to your back and just goes like a rocket and just shoots themselves at the boss. Just, yep, that'll do. But that was really good. I'm a little surprised that so many people suddenly died randomly in the middle. Or near the end, I should say, aside from the final sting part. That's good. How long did you prog on that stuff? Caetsu says if J waves in the Savage is the same as in T, it both increases in speed and damage till it kills everyone. That is interesting. I do personally, I do like that kind of enrage way better than like those where the boss just goes and then just one-shots you with no counterplay. Specifically because when the boss just like ramps up some sort of punishment for being slow, it means that if you're really good at using your defensive cooldowns, you might be able to hold on for a little longer. Like, the key being might. Like, congratulations, you managed to use your cooldowns really well. You've gained 3 seconds. But it's more that like the principle that if the boss just goes dead, then there's like no counterplay at all, which is a little bit of a shame. Also, you procced on that for 3 months. That is a while, yeah. That is a really long time. I think. I would say it would be. As long as you had fun with it, that is really what matters the most. But what about the second enrage? Do you mean you did it with normal jobs for 5 months last summer? Right. Yeah, as Neranel says, a key part of that, like whether it feels like extremely long, depends on. So is that like 2 hours a week, or like are you like 4 hours 3 times a week or something like that? Like if it's not a lot of time, then 3 months sounds pretty like understandable, like pretty normal. Alright, Emir, have a good evening. Thank you for coming. On the other hand, if like 3 hours 2 times a week, that is quite a bit. But again, that like the important part is whether you have fun with it. I also do agree, blue mages should have a limit break. I think also that their limit break should just vary with whatever their ethereal mimicry is, so that they can tank, heal, or DPS limit break. Now you might be saying, so what is their DPS limit break going to be? I don't know. Like, just give them the mage one. That is good enough. Like, that's fine. It's not as good as having a single target melee limit break. For like a boss, but blue mage is a mage, so it makes sense to give them the mage DPS LB. Give them Ultima. Oh man, there's going to be some angry black mages. We wanted it first! They summon FFXIV. They do that for every limit break. It's just what FFXIV does. Depending on your role. Just pop in with a giant shield going, I'm blue! But then they could actually do, like, Seed of Sacrifice without jank. Well, without anything beyond blue mage jank. If they could have, like, role-specific limit breaks, it would also mean that, hey, could you imagine? Imagine when a blue mage uses ethereal mimicry on a tank, the blue mage icon actually turns blue, and the bosses go, oh, that is actually a tank. And when you have a blue mage using mimicry on a healer, their icon actually turns green, and the bosses actually acknowledge that it's a healer. Wouldn't that be insane? Could you imagine? What if they got an assignable limit break that they got from specific bosses? That could also work. It's just more that, like, if the design limitation is that they're like, no, we hard-coded something 10 years ago. The only way to access your limit break is this button. Then just make it so that it, like, grabs onto a specific limit break type based on your ethereal mimicry, and that, like, that's good enough. But it would be really cool if you could, like, learn specific limit breaks. Like, I genuinely, when Blue Mage reached level 80, like when they were expanded to level 80, I had my bets on they're going to get limit break. They're getting it from Seed of Sacrifice. I don't know how they'll beat Seed of Sacrifice without Limit Break, but if there's anywhere they'll learn Limit Break from, it's Seed of Sacrifice. It's the only thing that makes sense. And that's why I specifically remember that the patch notes where Blue Mages got to level 80 specifically noted that there is no spell for Blue Mages in Seed of Sacrifice, which I thought was just so, like... They knew that we were expecting something. And they're like, nope, there is nothing. Sorry. It is worth pointing out that limit breaks have been changed over the years. I believe they've been changed 2 times, but I'm not exactly sure when the second time happened. The first time is that, according to what I could find, in A Realm Reborn, so 2.0, limit breaks were like, there were like LB 1, 2, and 3, right? And Bard had the healer LB instead of like the line AoE. But another thing is that there was not job-specific LB3s. Both Summoner and Black Mage used Meteor. I believe both tanks used the Paladin one. And both healers used the White Mage one. And I believe all the melee DPS used Monk's fist attack. The interesting thing that those limit breaks have in common is that Paladin uses their hands to use LB3. Warrior nowadays uses their axe. Black Mage puts away their staff and grabs a different staff to use Meteor, which would make it possible for Summoner to do that because they can just grab a different staff and use Meteor. If your limit break uses a fist, it doesn't matter who you are. Like, you just need a fist. So, like, those original LB3s matched anyone, so it didn't matter. And then I believe in Heavensward, when they gave Bard, like, ranged physical LB, because Machinist also got one, that's when they made each job have a unique one. Which is why those added later have quote-unquote more personality, in that they're more unique, like, as in, you couldn't possibly have, like, it wouldn't make sense for a monk to use Dragoon LB3, but you can see how it could work, that anyone could use Monk's LB3 with a punch, at least until you see others have unique LBs, right? But back then, according to what I know, what I could find, it used to be a thing that limit breaks, specifically DPS limit breaks, just did a really large amount of potency. Like, actually just a large amount of potency. But at some point, they changed the calculation for LBs. So we're not... I believe the answer is we're not sure exactly how much potency they do. But even if we did, it doesn't really matter, because LBs don't benefit from your personal damage bonuses and stuff, they don't benefit from rate buffs. They don't benefit from debuffs on the boss, for the most part. And they scale with the entire group's weapon damage average or something like that. Which means that all of these things combined mean that it's like the easiest way to like say, like the way that I've generally seen it explained, and that's also what you'll see in my videos, is that we know, relatively speaking, how much each limit break deals compared to the others. As in, we know that mage LB does like 10% more, something like that, than a ranged physical. But it doesn't really matter that much due to stuff like opportunity cost. Generally, mages supposedly can do more with their filler GCD than a ranged physical. Supposedly, not necessarily, but supposedly. And a black mage would probably be better off spamming Fire 4 or, you know, Flare and stuff if you could have the Dancer do the LB instead. And melee limit breaks, of course, do way more damage than mage limit breaks and ranged limit breaks, but only on one target. I'm pretty sure it's like mage and ranged beat it on 2 targets. Like, it's rather close. Parent says, if I recall correctly, it's based off of combined party item level. Yeah, I don't know exactly. The thing is, what I've read is both party item level. I've also read average weapon damage, as in like average like weapon damage, like physical or magical damage. I also seen some say it's average weapon item level specifically. I've also seen some say it's combined weapon item. That doesn't change anything. It's just like whether you divide it by number of players or what. I've also seen some say it's combined weapon damage. I've seen people say it's item level average. I've heard it be item level combined. Like, ultimately, this is something you could test. I'm pretty sure you could test it in Explorer mode because you can access limit breaks. However, there's a possibility that the calculation is different for those like quick access limit breaks. I wouldn't be able to know. Like, the only way you would be able to know is, like, if you take, like, a full, like, raid team, go in, do a fight legitimately, and use Limit Break legitimately, see how much damage it does, and then, like, bring that exact same group into Explorer mode, and LB3 there, and see how much damage it does. But I'm pretty sure... I'm just checking something. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to test it, because... all duties that are available for Explorer mode are like max 4 players, so you wouldn't actually be able to grab all 8. It's combined party weapon item level. Yeah, that kind of works. What is going on with my overlay today? It's really, really breaking right now. Yeah, whether it's combined average weapon damage, combined average weapon item level, combined weapon damage, or combined weapon item level, ultimately boils down to almost the exact same thing. That it's like extremely pedantic amounts of differences there could be, because sometimes at very specific item level increments or specific item level increments, you don't get a +1 weapon damage from a higher item level, which would mean that sometimes if it was item level dependent, you would get damage, whereas if it was weapon damage dependent, you wouldn't. And it doesn't really matter. Like, if you know, like, basically, if it was based on your average item, like your average item level, or your party's average item level, that would be a lot more significant compared to, like, if it's just your weapon, that would mean that you just need the best weapon to get the best limit break. Like, it's a minor thing, and ultimately... I think what matters most is that if you have the best gear available to you, your limit break is as strong as possible. That should be true. Like, that, they should aim for that. It's Yoshi P's bank account number divided by 1,000. But it has stayed the same for months. Krakenmo says, what I'm getting from this is that it's not worth tossing a ranged card on the melee when they go for the LB on Gaius. Give it to the machine. I mean, you should give the ranged card to the machinist either way. But yeah, as far as I know, I'm reasonably confident on this. Limit breaks are not affected by basically damage modifiers. Which means that an Astrologian card wouldn't do anything. Similarly, you wouldn't want to use your own damage buffs before limit break. And it's actually, and this is something you have probably seen me do a lot, like a lot of times on stream, especially if I'm playing melee DPS, is that as LB is getting ready, there's even the possibility that there's an Emir going, limit break, in the chat, and I'm not doing it. Because I am in the middle of my 2-minute burst. And I don't want to waste my damage cooldown. And then the instant my damage cooldown is up, I'm like, oh right, the limit break. Well, the boss is dead now anyway. So like it's basically that. Is that I'm like, I don't want to waste my damage buffs. I can use limit break after, and then the boss is dead. Thank you, Aerodel. Maybe I want the ranged card. Black Mage in the corner casting Fire 4. On Gaius. Caetsu found the hidden artifact enabling Fire 4 at level 50. They were chased to the ends of the earth, for all Black Mages want this power. What? No fire starter rotation in Praetorium? Is it possible to attain this power? Can I also have Blizzard Fall? And ley lines? I wonder if one day we will have like a level squish. And what that will do to the game. Will they adjust what levels you get actions on? And if so, how? We've had a stat squish. Like imagine if they went after no worries, Nera. Imagine if they went after Dawn Trail, they go, nah, we can't go past level 100, that's insane. And just goes and makes it so that they just cut all levels in half. So like it just goes level 50 and then they make it max level 60. Would they then make it so that that would actually be quite interesting, because that would mean that once you reach level 25, like if they just squished everything together like that, it would mean that once you reach level 25, you would essentially get a new action or a new thing at every level up. Sometimes there would be like a hole, but mostly at every level up. And then from level 1 to 25, you would get like a new action every 2 to 3 levels. And sometimes 2. Like that wouldn't be so bad. But they might redistribute how they do things. Imagine if they went like, maybe they went, oh, actually ley lines, you can have that at level 25. That's fine. I think they did say they don't want to go over level 100, but I don't think they've said anything about what they want to do about it. I'm pretty sure they didn't say what they want to do about it. They did mention that, but I don't believe they said what they wanted to do about it. Increasing levels by 50 area expansion. Why? Why? Why 50? Paragon levels. Or... well, I don't know. Like, the thing is, for example, for World of Warcraft, I felt like the stat squish wasn't nearly as big of a deal. Or rather, the level squish wasn't as big of a deal. It was a big deal, because due to the way the story is structured in World of Warcraft, again, I'm going to World of Warcraft because they did actually do this. Because of the story structure being like almost expansion specific, they basically just took every expansion and just made them all like level 10 to 50. And then had like the first expansion after the switch go from 50 to 60. And because of the way that content, like, you don't really like go back and do old content at max level outside of like farming, like glamour, like transmog items and stuff like that. You don't really have any reason to do old content, and there's no like down syncing system in the same way in World of Warcraft. It didn't matter as much, I guess, when they squished it, whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, if they squished everything so that like the levels were halved, it would actually matter that, oh, well, Heaven's Ward is now level 25 to 30. Like, that's where the Heaven's Ward section is. And Stormblood is 30 to 35, and so on. Like, that would matter, or could matter. What is happening with my overlay? It's just spam crashing right now. But, that's why I'm thinking it would be a little scary with a stat squish, because Final Fantasy XIV is a lot about, like, all the old content is still there, and the level, like, the levels matter. In fact, that is actually a really good point. If they did a stat squish, or a level squish, yeah, yeah, exactly, goddamn, level 2.5 death. If they did a stat squish, then, or a level squish, then Angramangio, what its name is, in World of Darkness, would be changed mechanically, because then you would need 4 players in Flare and 6 players in Death. Is your overlay trying to tell you something? Maybe. Not changing the parameter curve, things at lower levels get invalidated. 1 to 50 gear would be useless after... I don't know if it would be... well, I suppose, yeah. I think what might be significant is that sometimes... so, let me see what I can do here. If we have here... is levels, and here we have like power, like how strong are you. If we have like 50 and 60 and 70, and I know that this one is curved, and 90, right? Then what usually happens in some capacity is like relative. If we assume that this is like relative to the the content you're fighting against, like your power in relation to the mobs you're fighting, then what kind of happens is that you like go up like this, and then go down, and then go up like this, and then like this. Like there's almost like a spike, like a huge drop down. But often the highest relative spike is the newest one in to my memory. This is of course extremely exaggerated. The real situation is probably more like this, right? Like relative to the enemies, if that makes any sense. And this is of course because you go to level 81 and now the mobs are expecting that massive item level increase. So what they need to do with a stat squish is not so much like this part is fine, it's this part that is the problem usually. And they would have to rebalance a lot of things to make that work. That is, I guess, part of the reason why another stat squish would be a lot harder, because they've kind of already just flattened the curve. And they can't, like, they need to actually do some real significant changes to like the stats and damage numbers on old content beyond like just saying let's just cut it by cut it in half or something like that, hypothetically, which would be a lot more complicated and a lot more involved than what they've already done potentially. But the aim would be that if we then get, you know, level 100 up here and they had to do a squish, the target would be to make the curve more like this, or, you know, like this. And the reason why it spikes like this is because the reason why you want the curve to be more flat here, hypothetically, is because then it means that instead of giving you like, you have like level 10, item level 10 gear at level 10, and then you have item level 50 gear at level 50, but at level 50 you also go up to 130, and then at 60 you have to go up to 270 to like keep the same increase so it makes sense. And then at 70 you have to go to 400, and then at level 80 you have to go to like 530, and then level 90 you have to go to 660. If they actually flattened out this curve so that at level 50 you have item level 50 gear, and at level 90 you have item level 90 gear, then you have basically no quarter to give. All max level 50 gear has to be item level 50 for this to work. It doesn't, I suppose. Which would mean that the concept of upgrading your gear throughout the post-game of an expansion would be dead. And that's probably not a good thing. But the reason why the most recent expansion do like this is because the most recent expansion, you of course need to make sure that when a new raid tier is added, there's incentive to do it. But all of the old content is already old, so it doesn't matter. And that, again, is the reason why I felt like World of Warcraft could handle like a stat squish, an item level squish, a level squish more easily than Final Fantasy XIV. Because in World of Warcraft, well, there's not that much of a thing in run. Like there is a community in doing it, but for the most part, people don't go like, well, the content is like 2 expansions old, surely I can solo it by now. So it's not like that much of a deal. But in Final Fantasy XIV, due to things like item level syncing down, content stays relevant. At least partly relevant forever. For example, players like Zaf that prog on A8S in Endwalker twice. Like, that wouldn't work if they did this. Like, if this happened, that would be completely invalidated and pointless. So I don't know how they would possibly do this. Ultimately, one way they could go about it is just no longer have like level increases. They could just make it new expansion. You now can do a few quests to unlock like 2 or 3 new actions, and now you can get even better gear or something. They could do that. A little bit like Guild Wars 2. Not exactly, because Guild Wars 2, of course, hasn't like exactly had like an innovation in power of gear for ages. Congratulations, Wool. Yeah, that is also true, Caetsu. You would have to squish everything. Sip says, would you consider Unreal to be a stat squish? That's more like the opposite. The way Unreal works is that they actually like expand the stats on the boss in the fight. This expansion grants this new ability that may and may not be meta. mean, yeah, they could do smaller expansions. They could do that as well. I don't know what would work. I really don't. I really, really don't. Which is why I'm very curious as to what they think that would work. With that said, I think we got through a whole bunch of clips. Although we still have plenty. With that said, if you enjoyed the wonderful company of the people in the stream chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find me, and I believe most of the people in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the upcoming days. Tomorrow, we actually have a Dawn Trail preparation guide coming up, made by, of course, me. And on Saturday, we, of course, do more Small Kai side quest leveling Bards and more on Ravana. Which is where we are right now as well, so everyone can join. You can also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos or streams when they come out, so that you'll find them there probably the fastest. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you will get a notification whenever you post, whenever I post a video, whenever you post a video, whenever I post a video or stream link. You'll also get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second when it's something a little time sensitive. And if you did enjoy this particular stream, it helps me a lot when if you leave a like on the stream. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you would like other people to enjoy it as well. So that of course helps me. I have heard some people that had problems with the new YouTube design, the new layout, that they don't have it anymore. But in case you're not one of the lucky few there, remember that I'm pretty sure we discovered that if you switch your YouTube to cinematic mode, the description and the like button and stuff like that should reappear. I don't know. I haven't actually had the unfortunate reality of having the new layout myself. Finally, if you want to support the channel even more directly, you can of course become a member. You can gift memberships, you can use the super chats. You can also, if you don't want to use YouTube stuff, you can also go to the Ko-Fi link in the description. That of course also helps me directly. And well, none of it is mandatory. All of the videos on the channel are free for everyone to see, so I don't want you to feel like you have to give anything. I can, however, say that it helps me very much with being able to focus on all this stuff and all this content. So I really appreciate all of the support that all of you give. Whether it's likes, participating in the stream, talking, or actually also becoming a member and all that. It all helps, so thank you. With that said, took like 2 hours to go from Armorot to Mare Lamentorum's clubhouse here, which is a lot longer than I thought it would take. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!